I will start by welcoming everybody, asking you to please silence your phones if they have not been yet, as a reminder. And there are a lot of people to speak on this bill coming up as our first bill, so I wanted to also mention that if you've handed in a card to speak and somebody else has already said everything that you were going to say and you don't feel like you want to say anything, it's perfectly okay to just wave off and say, no, I'm not going to, and we'll just pass by, okay? Don't feel like you have to get up just because we call you if you don't have anything to say at that point. And if you do want to speak and haven't handed in a card yet, please fill one in and pass it forward. The order that I try to go through these cards is to have, after the prime sponsor introduces, we try to go to the general public who's here on their time, and as a courtesy, let them get back on with their day. We'll then go to the department and then any lobbyists that have been showing up. And with that, I will open the public hearing on HB 720, prohibiting the importation and sale of live bait fish from out of state. The chair recognizes Patrick Long, the prime sponsor, to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Patrick N. Long, aka the other Pat Long, representing Hillsborough 26. And I want to start off with a story about my personal connection to this bill. So I grew up in Tennessee, and I will confess that I have never caught a bass or a trout because I don't have the attention span. But what I did catch a lot of in the first 16 years of my life was Tennessee shiners. And I would use them to catch frogs, and I was hoping to use the frogs to catch snakes to freak my grandma out. But unfortunately, going back to my short attention span, never succeeded in that. But one thing I learned from my catching all these shiners was that they are an invasive species in several of the neighboring states. And so that brought home to me our responsibility to protect our ecology, protect our ecosystems from invasive species. Now, you could argue maybe I should be cheering on my native state's wildlife, taking over new places, but I don't think that's the responsible thing to do. So this is a proactive step to protect our fisheries from invasive species and aquatic diseases before they become widespread, costly problems. The importation of bait fish is one of the most significant pathways for introducing invasive species and harmful pathogens into our waters. These fish, often farmed in states like Arkansas, are transported here in water that can carry microscopic hitchhikers, plant fragments, invasive larvae, and aquatic diseases. But it's not just the water. The fish themselves can be invasive species or can carry harmful pathogens that threaten our ecosystems. New Hampshire does require permits for bait fish imports, and those permits are only granted to suppliers in states with disease monitoring programs. However, this approach puts control in the hands of other states rather than protecting New Hampshire directly. Even well-regulated programs only test for a limited set of known pathogens, meaning new or emerging diseases can still slip through. Additionally, these programs don't test for a species type, so there is no monitoring for invasive species. Studies conducted in other states have found invasive species and harmful pathogens in the bait fish trade, even when those certification requirements were followed. Once invasive species are introduced, they're nearly impossible to eliminate. For example, the Asian basket clam, which is already established in New Hampshire, has cost the U.S. over $1 billion in damages by clogging water systems and disrupting ecosystems. While this bill won't address species already here, it will help prevent future introductions before they become the next costly problem. New Hampshire would be joining other states in taking action. Maine, Minnesota, Utah, Montana, Oregon, and Alaska have all implemented similar or stricter regulations to protect their fisheries from invasive species and disease. And two things you'll notice about that list of states. First thing you notice is probably that this is not all blue states. This is a mix of blue states, red states, purple states. This is not a partisan issue. It's just about protecting our fisheries. The second thing you'll notice, a lot of the critics of the bill have claimed that it will destroy ice fishing in New Hampshire. But several of those states, Alaska, Minnesota, Maine, Montana, and Idaho, are big ice fishing states. And similar or stricter regulations have not destroyed ice fishing there. To be clear, so I've submitted an amendment to clarify the bill and make sure it only applies to importation from out of state and that it doesn't affect saltwater fishing. So it only impact importations from out of state. It does not impact the harvest or sale of bait fish within New Hampshire. Anglers will still be able to use live bait, and local bait shops can continue selling locally harvested bait fish. This is a common sense measure to protect New Hampshire's fisheries, outdoor recreation economy, and aquatic ecosystems. And I encourage you all to support this bill.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of that amendment that you had submitted?
I do not have a copy with me today. I emailed you a copy. I can provide
I did
another
distribute
copy.
a copy to the committee, but having a paper copy would be good if you can go to the fourth floor and get some copies made.
I can
By the
provide
time
that.
we exec, we would have that handy. Thank you.
Okay. I can do that after lunch if that would work for the committee.
That's fine. Does anybody have any questions? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you're saying that bait shops could still have locally harvested bait fish
Yes.
in their shop, right? So where do they get those?
Well, from the local waterways.
Oh, so they catch them a follow-up?
Follow up.
So they are harvesting those local fish on their own, or is there some place that they purchase them from? That's what's confusing me.
I am not aware of how they currently do it, but certainly they could make arrangements to either catch them on their own or contract that work out. The same way that they buy bait fish from out of state now. You just have to buy from a different supplier.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Tudor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I guess I'm just going how you would enforce this. I mean, how would you tell a Pittsburgh shiner from an Arkansas one?
Well, I think you would want to ask a biologist that. There are lots of different types of shiners, but right now there's already a licensing procedure in place for out-of-state importations. So we know where the fish are coming from. We know who is buying from out of state. So I think there may be some difficulty in enforcement, but I think it's like enforcing any other law. You do inspections and you find out what's going on.
Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thank you for taking my questions. If I understand right, that you mentioned that you, for your fishing habit, you didn't use any bait, the bait we are talking about, but I was wondering what motivated you to introduce this bill?
Well, I believe in protecting our environment, our local ecosystems, and making sure people can enjoy the great outdoors.
Any further questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. So how many times in the last, say, 15 years have we had a report of any infected bait fish in the state, whether it's imported or caught local as a native?
I'm not sure about the answer to that, Representative, and I'm not sure that we would have a report even if it was infected, because we are relying on the reporting from Arkansas's system or whatever state they're coming from.
You follow up.
Follow-up? And part two of that would be, as far as an invasive species, have we had any reports of whether imported of invasive species or local neighboring states having any invasive species?
Well, certainly we've had the Asian basket clam demonstrating that.
I'm sorry, as far as the bait fish.
So a lot of the fish that are used are not native here. Some of them, there's speculation that they couldn't establish their populations locally because it's too cold here. But there was the same issue with the Asian basket clam. Initially, it was believed that it couldn't reproduce here because it was too cold and there's ice in the water too much of the year. So people didn't take it seriously enough when it was first found here, and now we have infestation.
Representative Fox? No? Okay. Any other further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Doug Rollins. You need to come up to the, if you're going to talk. Thank you. And the button for the microphone is, when the red light goes on, it's on.
All right, thank you. My name is Doug Rollins. I'm a native to the state of New Hampshire. I'm also an avid angler, sportsman, and my family is as well. I am a local real estate agent, and I am also a local business owner. I own the Winnisquam Bait and Tackle Shop on Lake Winnisquam. We currently rely heavily on this business in the winter months. As you know, in the Lakes region, it's a resort area. A lot of the businesses die down, and since COVID, we have a ton of people moving to the state of New Hampshire for the lifestyle that we provide with the sporting of fishing and whatnot. I believe this bill is very premature, if not ridiculous. We've had several years, and it's been commented, there's never been any indication that there's any invasive species coming into the state. We rely heavily on the importation of smelt and shiners currently. As the years have gone by, several bait shops have gone out of business. A lot of mom and pop shops have gone out of business. All you have left are the big Bass Pros and whatnot, which can't keep up with the demand of local fisheries, and nor do they understand the local lakes and ponds and the fish that we rely on. In that fashion, I also believe that during the winter months, I can speak for myself, it could be upwards to almost 70% of our business. We have a convenience store as part of our bait and tackle, but if we didn't have the bait fish importation, we would be very strained on business during the winter months. So for that reason, I oppose this bill, and I don't believe there's any scientific evidence that shows that there's a huge impact because we're bringing shiners and smelt into the state. The Fish and Game already requires us to be licensed. They know what's coming in. We report the numbers, and I have not seen any indication or evidence of any impact of any type of an issue because we do this. So that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
So you might be the person that I should ask my former question to. Where do you get your locally harvested bait fish?
There are several, well, I say several, there's actually very few local trappers that we rely on, and they're usually young people that have the time, or people that can get out and trap bait in streams and trap smelt. They have to have a license that's monitored through the New Hampshire Fish and Game, and I'm sure you'll hear about that later. But there just isn't enough people to sustain the need. I mean, you've seen the amount of people that have moved to the state of New Hampshire. I see it on both sides because I'm also a real estate agent. We've sold homes to people coming into, they're flooding into this state for the way of life that we want to preserve, and bait fish is a huge part of it. And I think that, you know, you just don't have enough local trappers to sustain, like you said, an individual would have to go out, trap their own bait, or we rely on a handful of guys that trap bait, and it's just not enough to cover what we need.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So I'm going to ask a question, and it's probably going to be obvious that my husband fishes, but I don't. I'm going to ask the question anyway. So, is it possible? I understand going out and trapping bait fish. My husband does that with a minnow trap and so forth. So, but is it possible to have fisheries that grow or maintain bait fish for stores like
I'm
yours?
sure that, you know, other states have farms, fish farms, that they could do, but obviously we don't have that here at this point in time. I mean, somewhere in the future, maybe, but currently, I mean, to have it supported and from outside sources or out-of-state sources doesn't seem to be affecting us greatly as far as any impact on the waters. And quite frankly, even if you had bait fish in the state that we were trapping, how, like this gentleman said, how are you going to monitor and tell what's an invasive species versus on a shiner? And you're certainly not going to see something microscopic that comes in on a fish on their scales on a shiner that big. So I just don't think that it's impactful enough to even have this bill even move forward at this time.
Any further questions? Representative Durkin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So let me understand this. The state of New Hampshire has no fisheries that raise specifically freshwater bait fish.
I can't answer that.
Maybe
Probably
the colonel could answer
the
that?
colonel could answer that, definitely. Or fisheries chief could, yeah.
So why don't you hold that question then
Yeah.
until we have the,
Okay, and the other part about that, if they don't, I don't know how the streams are down here, but up north in the North Country, most of those streams this time of year are frozen. So for somebody to go out and catch that, how are they going to do that?
There's several, you're going to hear from several bait guys here today, from some of the faces I've seen. Guys work hard to go out and trap bait, and it is difficult. You have to fish through the ice. You have to cut, if it's even allowed in certain areas. A lot of our ponds and lakes have been shut down because of the low population of bait fish in some areas. But yeah, like you said, as far as I know, there isn't an area to get bait fish locally that would sustain the supply that we need.
Follow up?
follow up?
So also let me understand that this time of the year, or if there are no fisheries in New Hampshire that are raising that type of bait, that you would rely solely on native caught at this time of the year.
Correct.
Representative Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for taking my question. Supply and demand, if supply is less, demand is there, what happens? The prices goes up. Please tell us that if this bill goes in implementing situation, what is going to happen? What kind of price we're looking for, and what is going to happen?
We've already seen a massive increase in the price of bait fish. I can't speak for going back into the early 40s or 50s, but I know right now currently a dozen of smelt, one smelt is $1 or more. We can buy it wholesale for half that price, and we're selling a dozen smelt for $14 a dozen. And it's because of supply and demand. We can't even get it from out of state in numbers enough to sustain when we have fishing derbies. We just got done with the Meredith Fishing Derby, and I know there's several bait dealers behind me that we ran out and we barely had enough to support the fishermen for the derbies. So, like I said, we need to rely on out-of-state importation of bait heavily right now.
Representative Harvey.
So this might be another one of my questions, but that's okay. I know I went fishing. I didn't go fishing. I went with my husband while he fished on Rangeley Lake. The smelt could not be alive when he fished, and the guide actually killed the smelt in front of him to make sure that we knew it was dead. Does that happen a lot? Because I'm thinking if the bait fish is not alive, then it can't produce an invasive species. Is that common that you fish with a dead bait fish?
We don't have a dead bait law for smelt and shiners. It's live bait. You can't bait a treble hook, and there's some other laws, but that doesn't affect whether it's alive or dead. We use live bait.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Chair will now call Wayne Hall.
My name is Wayne Hall, owner of WH Sports, Concord, New Hampshire. I've been a bait dealer for 46 years. They spoke very, very well. There's nothing I can add to that, with the exception of, I think what we really would need to worry about is if we do all start trapping, what's going to happen to the infrastructure or our bait fish for our predator fish? When the source is depleted, what happens? Okay, if there's no way, if we take, okay, we can all trap. We could all probably find time. We could hire people and stuff like that. What happens to the natural resource? When your predator fish don't have anything to eat, we've actually seen some overfishing happen, and the colonel can probably say in 2 or 3 of the lakes and rivers, they used to have a beautiful run of rainbow smelt. You used to dip some up and get them for the spring and have them for a snack and stuff like that, which they are edible, the rainbow smelt. And now they're clean, and there's no more smelt. So what happens? I mean, that would be my biggest thing. And I do believe, and the colonel, again, could answer this, that all the tanks that we buy our fish from have to be inspected. Okay, you can't just import fish from Joe's place down in Tennessee or Arkansas and not have them. I think, does water have to be tested, Colonel? But there's a lot. They just can't import fish without a certain amount of testing and stuff like that. This would severely detriment, because I am the sole owner of WH Sports. So there's no way I can go out and trust this. A bill like this would absolutely put us right out of business. There's no way, But like I said, my biggest concern would be the natural resources. What would this do to our natural resources?
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Chair calls Rebecca Merzen.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Merzen. I have 2 bait shops, one in Barnstead and one in Meredith. We opened our first bait shop about 15 years ago. This bill would definitely do damage to our business. I have my trapping license. My son has his trapping license. My husband has his trapping license. When we first started, we were all trapping. We cannot trap enough to keep up with the demand for our stores. There's no way. It's impossible, even with having other people trap for us, which we have had. And I've been out with my son 8 o'clock at night pulling traps and, trying to help. And it's too much. There's no way we could trap enough to meet up with the demand. And I don't believe it would only affect us as bait shop owners, but people travel from all over to fish in New Hampshire, and they're renting hotels, they're getting Airbnbs, they're going to restaurants, they're going to gift shops. Anybody that relies on tourism will also be affected by this. So I believe it's going to have a huge impact if we do that. And I know every time we get a delivery, we have a paper handed to us with certification that they are disease-free.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Rebecca, for taking my question. You being in the business, can you tell us any bait shop owner supports this bill?
I don't know of a single bait shop owner that would support this bill.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Chair now calls Diane Timmons and Matthew Pewson from Fish and Game.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for letting us present this testimony to you. My name is Diane Timmons. I'm the Inland Fisheries Division Chief. And this is Matt Pearson, our fish habitat biologist, fish health biologist, sorry. And we are going to speak a little bit twofold. I'm going to speak on the biological and economic impacts, and Matt is going to speak about the permitting aspects and fish health related impacts.
Chair Spillane, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with testimony. My name is Matthew Pearson. I'm the fish hatchery biologist for New Hampshire Fish and Game. Mitigating risks associated with finfish movements across state lines is a very important subject that the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department has already taken great steps to address. Our current rules and regulations governing bait fish importations have not only provided a robust umbrella of protection, but will continue to provide that protection. The current set of rules are located in FIS Section 400, FIS 500 section, FIS 800 section, and FIS 1100 section. Specifically, the testing standards stated in FIS 80309, which were developed by the American Fisheries Society Fish Health Section. That group consists of the fish health pathologists from across the U.S. The AFS Blue Book standards are the official testing protocol approved by WHOA, the World Organization for Animal Health. It is utilized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife and APHIS. Some may think that regulatory authority occurs in other states with the fish health testing, but that is actually incorrect. I personally review the results of all the fish health testing that comes into this state. And on top of that, I also, as part of the observations, I'm also in charge of assessing the geographic risk of where these fish are coming in, the facility's setup, the best management practice plans of the facility, and their vertically integrated biosecurity plans. To our knowledge and to our understanding, this bill was proposed with no specific incident of bait fish being directly linked to an introduction of a new pathogen or invasive species. This actually more commonly occurs in incidences where in the U.S. where illegal release of ornamental fish from personal fish tanks occur, but we already have that addressed in FIS 80501B under prohibited species release.
Thank you, everyone. So as far as the impacts, there are also, beyond the testing, if this was approved, there are definitely going to be impacts related to the economy, as you've previously heard, as well as biological impacts to our state fisheries. So currently, we are going through this process regulatory to allow clean, native fish species into the state. We do not allow non-native species. That's really important to note because the idea of invasives through this method is not an option. We only allow native species. They are ID'd, they are tested. So if this was allowed, approved to go through, the sheer numbers alone. So bait dealers right now are currently importing about 800,000 and 900,000 bait fish into the state annually. And as you've heard, taking those numbers from our natural water bodies within state could absolutely be detrimental to the biological component of the fishery. The other aspect is that it would impact our angling public. So as a result, anglers would either have to catch their own bait or it could actually result in illegal bait coming across state lines where folks are bringing in bait from other states that are close to them and they're not getting a health certificate or a permit. And so that absolutely could lead to problematic invasive species and disease pathogen. As well as they could also not fish, which gets into the impact of us because, of course, our license sales are our primary source of funding, and those license sales would go down if anglers were no longer fishing. So in our economy, someone had mentioned, we sell about 150,000 licenses annually. That brings about $6.2 million in revenue to us, as well as contributes about $338 million to the economy of New Hampshire. As the gentleman previously mentioned with hotels and the lady as well with hotels and various visitors and anglers from other areas. So again, for bait fish retailers, this is part of their business. And of course, if their businesses go out, then so does my opportunity for anglers, potential opportunity for anglers to go fishing. It's all directly related. It's a big giant circle. And as far as this goes, the purpose of the bill, the purpose of the introduction of this was to prevent non-native species and promote fisheries in New Hampshire. And we think economically it would not promote fishing, and biologically it would not promote anglers to go fishing without proper bait, and it would absolutely have an impact to our wild waterways. So fish ID is definitely an issue. If folks don't know what the species are in the water body, they have no idea if it's an invasive or not. And we have tons of native minnows, and there are also lots of other minnows in other areas, other states that are not native to here. So folks would not necessarily know what they're dealing with if they're out there on their own. As well as the fact that we do not have any in-state testing for those folks that are pulling bait from our natural waters. So we would not have any recollection or knowledge or ability to monitor the fish health in those waterways, as well as how many are being harvested. The other aspect is the poor fishing condition of if you take away the food chain, you're going to have issues with our fish health and fish condition in those particular waterways. As you've heard, there's a lot of bait fish that are being imported. And if we were to take that bottom of the food chain in our own water bodies, we would absolutely potentially have an impact to our fisheries, which would then again impact our angler opportunity. And with that, I just want to make sure that I just reiterate again, our testing currently prohibits the import of non-native species. It prohibits the import of unclean fish from unclean facilities. And we do not have testing within state from those fish that are harvested. And again, ID and biological impact would be prominent.
Would you please go over the fiscal note that you just delivered to the committee today?
Sure. So attached in your packet is our testimony, both Matt and myself, as well as the fiscal note, and I apologize for not getting that in earlier. Our legal coordinator has been out on personal illness, and unfortunately, this was one of the fiscal notes that was missed. So it's attached in your packet. I will get that to you as well electronically. But in that fiscal note, it identifies our license component as well as the bait fish retailers, information for the last 3 years, as well as the economic impact.
And what was that economic impact? If you could just give us an overview real quick.
Sure. So in 2022, retailers imported about 900,000 bait fish. In 2023 and 24, they imported about 800,000, and that equaled in their revenue to about $800,000 that would be lost to the state. And again, that could result in closure of shops, which of course would then lead to our decline in license sales. So we sell again about 150,000 licenses a year, which is roughly $6.2 million in revenue to Fish and Game, and again, $3.8 million to the New Hampshire economy.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep. Khan, I saw your hand several times while I was still asking questions. You can go first.
I apologize, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, if you please explain to me that if this industry is highly regulated, I'd like to know that when somebody imports those baits and also somebody catches those baits, two separate ways, how you regulate
So are you talking about the testing?
testing?
Yes. So the permitting, a bait dealer has a bait dealer's license. They are allowed to fill out an importation permit. With that importation permit, they have to request the fish health certificate testing. So that includes bacteriology, virology, parasitology, and molecular diagnostics as the backing to prove that these fish are negative for the specific pathogens we are looking at. From there, they send them to me, and in New Hampshire, you are required to have 3 consecutive years of testing clean before we would even approve it. Once I have that, then I go through and go and look at the facility, making sure they're on well water. They're not taking in, possible water from, the Mississippi River or something where we're going to have issues with invasive species. Also, too, with that, in FIS 50207 specifically states that whatever state these fish are coming from has to have an invasive species monitoring program, which is something I go over right there to make sure that we're not looking at this huck area where these bait fish might come from. It's infested with, Asian carp or something, just because we don't want that possible introduction. So from there, if you get through all those testing and my requirements too, that's when we allow the importation to occur. And the importation has to be delivered directly to the source.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Can you tell us the native bait, how you regulate?
Native bait, we only allow golden shiners to be imported. Those mainly come from Arkansas. APHIS does the testing on them. Smelt from Maine, and because Maine has very similar species as us, and that's it. We don't allow fathead minnows or any other invasive species to come in. So on the reporting form, you have to specify exactly which species of fish is coming in.
Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I heard the sponsor of the bill, I'm just confused because I heard the sponsor of the bill testify that we are at the mercy of out-of-state testing, but yet I'm hearing that you are presenting a lot of testing. So can you address that?
I think you're talking about the authority to import the bait. The testing is done. Call it from Arkansas, where someone wants to import Arkansas golden shiners from Farm X. Farm X gets APHIS or an approved testing source through AFS. It has to go by our guidelines. Once they have that, they send me everything and I can approve that. I'm physically not doing their testing.
Okay, so,
But their testing is a standard across the United States.
Sorry.
that's what I was asking.
That's
Throughout the entire Northeast.
Follow up.
Thank you. And just real quick,
Sorry.
you mentioned 150 licenses. Are those licenses for just bait, people who harvest bait?
Those are 150,000 licensed anglers. So those are
Oh,
the
fisher.
anglers that are using the bait.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, you got 150,000, right?
Okay.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
The chair recognizes Amanda Hanson from Upstream Policies.
Chair Spillane, Vice Chair Olet, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. My name is Amanda Hansen. I'm from Upstream Policies. We're a non-profit organization working to mitigate invasive species issues across the country. I'm here to state my strong support for this bill. We know that the use of live baitfish is a major invasive species and pathogen concern. The United States Geological Survey, a governmental institution, the most reliable source when it comes to invasive species tracking, they state that 10% of aquatic invasive species in the state is attributed to the use of live baitfish. They also state that at least 10 aquatic species has been introduced into New Hampshire because of the use of live baitfish. These numbers, they align very well with existing numbers in the literature. There's several studies on this. One study I can point at is from 2024. It was a group, they looked at states that share suppliers with New Hampshire, and they found that 10% of the bait shops, they contain bait fish that have DNA from invasive species. One important thing to note is also that this bill is not just to protect from invasive species introduction, but it's also to protect from new diseases entering New Hampshire, but also microscopic organisms. This could be milfoil, but it could also be microscopic zebra mussels or spiny water flea in the water that the fish are transported in. Just a few notes on the current testing that is occurring in other states, in Arkansas. I guess it should be noted that they are currently only testing for 5 different diseases. This bill is very much about taking a proactive approach and about making sure that the diseases we don't know about is not going to enter New Hampshire and affect local ecosystems. Also, the testing doesn't really take into account invasive species. There's this interesting thing happening with baitfish where they are often found in Arkansas and then transported across the country. And it can actually be very difficult to know the flow of baitfish, where the baitfish are actually coming from. It can be very difficult to track. Regarding the testing, I also just want to say there are several studies out there, despite the testing, showing that invasive species and pathogens are present in the baitfish supply. One thing I can point at is the Natural Resource Department in Minnesota. In 2018, they published a report stating that they were going to ban the import of live baitfish from Arkansas, particularly golden shiners, which are often used in New Hampshire, because they could not be considered invasive species-free or pathogen-free. Right now, we know that New Hampshire is importing baitfish from Arkansas, from Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts. One of the problems with this is that these are very small fish. So even if you're an experienced angler or maybe you're a bait shop owner, they can be very, very difficult to identify by eye. Another problem is that some anglers, unfortunately, will release the remaining live bait fish they are not using by the end of the fishing trip directly into local ecosystems, accelerating this problem. We recently conducted a survey of 250 anglers here in New Hampshire, and we found that 35% of anglers, they release the live bait fish in the end of their fishing trip. This number is very similar to what is found in studies across the country. When these invasions occur, they can't really be undone. Invasive species management and pathogen management is extremely difficult. It can not only devastate local ecosystems, it's also incredibly expensive. We know that on an average, aquatic invasive species in the US, they cost on an average $7.4 million to manage. It's very expensive. Taking a proactive approach, it's much more cost effective. We know that all the states have already implemented import bans to protect their fisheries. This is true for Minnesota, Maine, and Montana. We know there's a range of states taking even stricter measures in place or implementing stricter policies. That's what compared to what is suggested here. So that would be true for Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Utah, Alaska, most Canadian provinces, including Quebec. One thing that's important to emphasize about this bill is anglers would still be able to use live bait fish. It just needs to be sourced from within the state. The survey we recently conducted of 250 anglers in New Hampshire found that 70% of anglers, they support an import ban on live bait fish because anglers don't want invasive species of pathogen in their waters either. This bill could really address a root cause of a major invasive species pathway. It could help protect New Hampshire's natural resources for future generations. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and I'm happy to take any questions, of course.
Thank you. Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So these states that you've mentioned that either have a ban similar to this or even stricter than us, they must have the same supply and demand problems that previous testimony has indicated would happen if we pass this bill. So do you know how those states are managing their supply and demand issues in spite of the fact that they passed such a prohibition on importing fish?
Yeah, to my knowledge, neither Minnesota, Maine, or Montana has experienced this supply-demand problem. I think that you haven't experienced it. We have interviewed a range of natural resource departments across the country, and this in general hasn't come up as an issue. I guess one thing to mention is that alternative bait could also be used. I think artificial bait or cut bait could be used also for ice fishing. And then I guess this is also we're talking about protecting fisheries and recreational fishing for future generations. If New Hampshire waters are going to be infested with invasive species or pathogens, this is going to be it could be a way bigger issue that's very costly, both financially but also for local ecosystems.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair calls Kyle Baker.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Baker. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is a 93-year-old nonprofit nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for hunting, fishing, trapping, and access to lands to hunt, fish, and trap on. We're here to oppose this piece of legislation. I won't repeat most everything that I wanted to say has already been said, but we have a lot of concern around what this might happen, particularly around ice fishing in New Hampshire. We think the process that's in place through Fish and Game provides adequate protection to the fisheries here in New Hampshire. We also see this as some concerns around picking and choosing which habitats we're seeking to add these extra restrictions on. Bill does not place any sort of restrictions on what we would use in saltwater or coastal waters in New Hampshire, but just simply targets the inland waters and the inland fisheries. So we have a number of concerns, but I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said. So, but happy to answer any questions that someone might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the chair calls the last speaker, Alan Newt.
Thank you. Name's Alan Newt. I've been AJ's Bait and Tackle for 40 years. Been in the business 45 years in the retail business. We've been purchasing import bait over that many years and haven't seen an issue with our bait with the current laws that Fish and Game has. They brought up the states, the other states that are involved in this that have gone to this ban. Well, those states are much larger than our state. They have many more waters to trap. Our state is very minimal. Like they said, it's going to decimate our waters for bait fish. You go to Maine, how many lakes and ponds do they have versus us? Minnesota or Idaho, all the other states they named are much larger than we are. We rely on this importation in order to survive with the economy we have. Also, this is a global issue or a within the United States issue. What are we going to go do next? I mean, you're going to ban all the boats coming into the state? Maine has actually, like the Massachusetts has a tag that you have to clean your boats coming into this state or into their waters, into the Massachusetts reservoir there. We're going to go to stuff like that. How far is this going to go is the question I have. I mean, you know, now you're picking on this, but there's more involved than just this. There's boats that keep coming from out of state. There's people that keep coming from out of state, you know, that are carrying bait who, like they said, the illegal bait that gets, you know, comes in from Massachusetts. Or I know for a fact that some guys took some bait from our state that was natively trapped and took it to another state that didn't allow it. And that happened this past Derby. I know exactly, you know, that stuff is happening. That's going on. So that's just going to reverse and come into our state. Some illegal bait's going to come into our state because of the laws. And you'll see that happen. Everything else has been pretty much said. You know, the economy, you know, it will devastate our business. Not allowing that to happen. And one last thing that I did is we also did a online petition, which I have 1,075 signatures.
If you want to pass that up, are there multiple copies or is that all one?
That's all I have.
Okay, we'll just give that to the clerk here. Thank you.
And there was also 5,000 reviews on that as well. So, you know, people that were interested in it, so on and so forth with that petition.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wanted to speak who has not had a chance to speak yet? If so, you need to fill out a card and pass it forward. Not seeing anyone. I will close the public hearing on HB 720 FN. Committee, we have a half an hour, well, 35 minutes before the next bill is to, is it? Wait a minute. Yeah, 12:30. So, I'm suggesting maybe we go ahead and exec this after a break. We want to take a break, and we can probably take a 15-minute break and still be able to exec the bill before we have to start at 12:30 for another bill. If everybody comes back at like 10 after, we'll do some more work 10 after. Okay, with everybody back, I will open the exec session on HB 720. And Representative Murphy moves ITL, and Representative Durkin seconds that. We're open for discussion. Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I read from New Hampshire Fish and Game Department and New Hampshire Fish and Game and Marine Resource Committee, they're telling, especially telling me or they're telling the committee that this is highly regulated industry. There is nothing wrong in there. And if we go ahead with this bill, it's going to harm the businesses and all the people that fish in our state. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I think that I'm gonna be voting no on this bill.
No to the ITL?
No, I mean, I'm gonna vote yes on the ITL.
Anybody else? Discussion. Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm the one that asks the most questions, I think, at our hearings, and I still never get all of my answers, but we did have a 10 or 15-minute break, and I was able to talk with the inland fisheries and so forth, and had more of my questions answered. It seems that the only states that the fish are imported from are Arkansas, Vermont, Maine, and one more. Thank you. And these have been tested and regulated and so forth. Vermont's fish would be the same as our fish. So I am going to vote to support the ITL. Although I wonder if in the future, if there's some way that we might look at a new industry that supplies bait fishing, whether it's through Fish and Game or individual enterprises or whatever. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a question for inland fisheries then. Has anyone ever tried to apply to be a bait fish farm in New Hampshire as other states have done? Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Would you just, because there was some confusion, would you just clarify exactly what we're voting and so forth? Yeah.
We're voting on ITL. Chairman Spillane,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Oulette,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Aldrich, Representative Durkin,
Yes.
Clerk is yes. Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Levitt,
Yes.
Representative Jacobs, yes. Representative O'Rourke,
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
Yes.
it's 15 yeses.
Consent?
Do we have to do something with the amendment, or were we?
No, we had to have a positive disposition in order to even introduce the amendment. So it would have had to be a motion of OTP before we could even add the amendment.
You're correct. Thank you.
Are there any objections to consent? Seeing none, it'll go on consent. I will remind Representative Murphy that he owes a committee report on this disposition. And we still have 13 minutes before we can start the next bill. It's a good time to discuss the fact that I kind of didn't leave us a lot of time for lunch in the schedule. My mistake. I'm sorry about that. Just realized it as I was looking things over. I meant to leave more time. So since we can't start a bill early, but we can start a bill late, I'm inclined to, whenever we finish this next bill that starts at 12:30, give us a 45-minute lunch, and if we come back a little after 1:15, we'll still be starting that bill as soon as we come back, if there's no objections to that, so that everybody has enough time for
No,
lunch.
no objections.
Okay, thank you. Not yet. We have one bill that starts at 12:30. As soon as that one's over, then we'll go to lunch break for 45. I know. Everybody is, and I realized that I wasn't leaving us a lot of time, so I wanted to make sure we all had time. I was reminded during the chair All right, I'm going to now open the public hearing on HB 573 FNA, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and rest of the committee. It's nice to be back here. I spent my first two terms on Fish and Game here. My name's Representative David Love. I represent Rockingham 13, which is the town of Derry. There we go. I'm here to introduce House Bill 573, and it's for Fish and Game search and rescue funding. I know in the past, Fish and Game has said that they had sufficient funds, but this is an ever-growing sport. It's probably the fastest growing in the state. Hiking and a little bit of mountain climbing and stuff, and people get in trouble. Also, what hasn't been taken into account is they get a lot of federal money from Fish and Game does, and that can be shut off at any time. In fact, the Trump administration has said we're gonna see some cutbacks, and that there is going to be some pain, but let's not let it happen here in New Hampshire. The revenue that comes from hikers is I imagine is as substantial as hunting and fishing, and we don't want to lose the hotel and meals and room tax revenue and that kind of stuff. But anyway, it's for $200,000 and to go into the general fund. And as you can read, anybody that has it in front of them, the Fish and Game is going to have to do a report to the Finance Committee and this committee, on a quarterly basis on what they're doing with the money, so it isn't going to be squandered. And it'd be a safety net is what it'll be. I think we need it. If the federal government ever shuts us off from using the Black Hawk helicopters from the National Guard, a lot of people might die. A few people might anyway, and one's way too many. This also allows the Fish and Game Commissioner to do some point of sale donations, meaning they can go into a sporting goods store. Somebody will go into a sporting goods store and buy a new pair of hiking boots or whatever, and they just ask them if they want to donate, a couple bucks or $5 to Fish and Game Search and Rescue. And as the laws are now, they have to have the permission to do it, and that's about it.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Representative Harvey.
So I understand you're expecting to take $200,000 from the general fund to go to search and rescue, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess follow up.
Follow up.
Okay. So what if they don't use $200,000? What happens to that money?
Well, because they have to report how they use it, I imagine it'll just sit there or go back to the general funds if they don't use it, if it's not needed. They're certainly not going to get another $200,000 next year if they still have 198 left if they don't use any. But what it'll be is a safety net. I'd rather have a safety net and not need it than need it and not have it. And like I said, with the federal cutback, the looming federal cutbacks, we just might see recreation being part of the cutbacks. I know if I was in charge, that'd be a lot of where it'd go.
Any further questions? Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thank you for taking my question. Representative, can you explain to me that we're going to collect $1 per person? How, and then if we do not collect $200,000, what happens?
Are you talking about paragraph 1? Because the changes are in 2. Paragraph 1 is already there. That's for registering boats and OHRVs and things.
Are you in the correct bill?
See, the changes are the doc.
This is the change.
Not correct. Thank you. I got it.
Representative Ouellette.
I'm all set, Representative Khan. Ask my question.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Weinstein from Rock 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. I'm Representative Tony Weinstein from Newmarket, and I'm before you today because I'm a hiker. I had hiked off and on with my husband when we first met. He planned everything. He would plan the hikes, plan our routes, and he dealt with all of our gear. I went along, but if I'm being honest, I never really enjoyed it. Then we started visiting the White Mountains with our sons, and I started to hike more frequently. Now, part of the problem may have been that my pace is best suited for that of a 4-year-old, but I found my stride, and I learned to not just enjoy hiking, but to really love it. I started hiking with friends. We hiked Chocorua and Gunstock and some other mountains, and then decided to start tackling some of the 4,000 footers. We hiked Washington, because, you know, go big or go home. And then we did the Franconia Ridge, and we hiked Mount Pierce and others. I never thought I could actually complete the list. The thought of 18-mile days seemed impossible, but I did eventually finish summiting North Twin on a beautiful summer day. I'm not telling you this to boast, but to explain that I'm a fairly experienced hiker. I carry the 10 essentials. I purchase my Hike Safe card. I check and double check and triple check the weather forecast. But still, accidents can happen. I was working on another list, the 52 with a view, and was hiking the Moat Mountain Traverse with a friend. It's about a 10-mile hike. It was a picture-perfect day. And we had hiked about 8 miles that afternoon when I fell. Excuse me. I heard the snap. I tried to get up. I tried to scoot down on my butt. I said that I'd be damned to have to call SAR. But as much as I didn't want to, we quickly realized that we would need to call for help. Fish and Game showed up, assessed the situation, and started helping me down the mountain to a waiting litter, where I was then transported by a group of volunteers who took turns carrying me down the mountain. I was prepared, but I still broke my ankle that day. I can't imagine what would have happened if I called and there was no one there to help. So I'm here today to ask you to support this bill and provide funding to allow the men and women of Fish and Game to be equipped to do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Colonel Kevin Jordan from New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Jordan, and I'm the colonel at New Hampshire Fish and Game. And I just want to tell you, if we don't have any money, we will be coming to get you if you ever need it. So, and you could tell them the colonel said that. So we don't ever want to say no to someone that's trying to help us, and I really appreciate Representative Love's concern for this. He's done it. I think this is the second or third time he's tried to do this. He does make a valid point about we do use the helicopter in life and death, and we've been very fortunate that the United States government has allowed us to do that because there's laws that say you can't use a federal asset for a state without payment, and so they've written it off as training in most cases. And I have testified to this a couple of times, but because of their work with us, I'm being told they're some of the best pilots in the country. So when they go to Afghanistan, they're very good at flying in the mountains because they do it here in the White Mountains. So we all benefit from that. But if we ever had to pay for that helicopter, that resource would be gone because we can't pay for it. One mission is I get bills from them when they do a mission, so I know what it costs, and then they submit a waiver to get the bill forgiven. And I've seen bills $80,000-$90,000 for a single flight to get people. But I'm here to tell you, if we don't have it, people will die.
The only time I use it is when people are near death, and they literally have plucked people from death at 82 degrees core temperature and got them to a hospital. And if we carried them down and bounced them down the trail, we would certainly kill them doing that. So it is a valuable resource. It's one I'm concerned about if we lose. So I told Representative Love I would support it. Right now, I'm really happy and excited to say that we're making ends meet with what we have. So just so you know, Representative Khan, since the 80s, Senator Blaisdell put in a law in the 80s that allowed us to take $1 from every OHRV, every ATV, every boat, hunting license, or a fishing license and put it into a search and rescue account. And that's never changed from the 80s, even though inflation really has changed. So that gives us $180,000 roughly each year for search and rescue. I'm spending $300,000 to $400,000 depending on the year. We do a couple hundred missions a year. The cost varies, but it averages out to about 180 missions each year. And we're spending, this past year, I spent $400,000 for that. So the Hike Safe card picks up a lot of that slack. Last year, it brought us in $363,000 in revenue. So it's been really a good program, and it's helped us a lot. So right now, we're good. I mean, I can always use more because we're in a position where more is always better. But we're in a better place today than we were 10 years ago when I started coming over here. So, but I don't want to ever say no to help. So that's basically where I'm at with that.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Harvey?
So I'm confused. So we would appropriate $200,000 from general fund to search and rescue. Okay, but you might not need it because you're making ends meet.
Right.
So where does that money?
So the search and rescue account is a non-lapsing account. So money that's in there that we don't use would carry over for the next budget year. So it doesn't go away. It would be, and we file reports now with finance. We're required annually to file a report every year with what we spend and how much is with the balance in the account. So that would be monitored. And my expectation would be if we don't use it, we wouldn't get it.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
So, okay, so I think you would use the 200,000, but I'm just playing.
I can assure you I would.
Right. So I'm just going to.
But I don't want to say. I think it's important where you're taking a vote. I don't want you to think that we have to use it. If we had it, I would use it to buy equipment. I would use it to buy cruisers and other equipment we haven't bought for search and rescue for a long time.
So my question is kind of like a devil's advocate question.
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't use this 200,000, it stays in this non-lapsing account, and then the next year you get another 200,000. Now it's 400,000. Then the next
Right.
year it's 600,000.
Right.
And pretty soon we're talking about real money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. And my expectation would be that we wouldn't get it if we didn't need it, if we didn't use it. I would think if we didn't expend it one year, that would quickly come to an end. All of our other funding with the state has worked that way. So, so I wouldn't expect that. And we wouldn't, you wouldn't just spend it on anything. I mean, there's a lot of things that we used to buy in search and rescue. We used to buy cruisers for the advanced search and rescue team that uses the cruisers more for search and rescue than anything else. We haven't been able to do that for years. So that money I would use for those types of things. It wouldn't be a waste, but we're not desperate for it, I guess, is what I'd ask you to think about.
Representative Ouellette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, make sure I understood what you're saying. So in this past year, you spent about $360,000
Yes.
in rescues. The Hike Safe card brought in about $350,000.
Yes, sir.
And with the other dollar from the registration for the snowmobiles, the ATVs, fishermen, so you had about $160,000, $140,000 excess funds this year that went into your account.
Yeah,
correct?
that we used. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Tudor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, it's obviously, it's going to be a really tough budget year, and
Yes.
and selling finance on $200,000 might be a tough sell.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we were to think about maybe changing the fee from $1 to $2, maybe, in the next session, if that might be a better approach to get you the same kind of money.
Long overdue, frankly. I don't know, those communities might come out, you know, those folks that ride ATVs and buy a hunting license and boating might come out against it because they feel like they're paying the lion's share now, and the statistics show that they're not receiving the lion's share of the services. The hikers are, but those are also solutions to that, and you know, anything that you decide to do, I would agree it's going to be a tight budget year, and I think it would be a hard sell.
Representative Harvey.
So to piggyback on his question, that it is a tight budget year, and if we keep accruing this 200,000, that's a lot of money. Why don't you raise the hike safeguard as well? Who has the authority to do that?
We do, and so I'm careful with Hike Safe, and I'll tell you why. Each year it has, since 2015, it's gotten better. It's improved every year. And so my feeling was, and this is strictly my opinion, is when we hit a plateau, when we get to a point where we're not gaining anything or in fact starting to lose, then I would choose to go in and try to change something. I'm a little leery of, because remember it's voluntary, so I'm a little leery of scaring people away. If it's working well, I'm a firm believer in let it work well and stay out of it. So I haven't done that as yet. It's been suggested a lot. And it's certainly something we're going to consider. But each year it seems to climb, and when it's climbing, and I look at that figure, I think, well, we're doing pretty well. I don't know that I want to rock that boat just yet. It's been a long time coming, and it's valuable to us, and it doesn't seem to hurt the hikers who are paying for them, that are buying these cars. They seem good doing it, so I haven't raised it, but we do have the authority to raise that fee.
Any further questions? Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel
Yes,
Jordan,
sir.
for taking my question. Colonel Jordan, in my time in this committee, many times you told us that how much rescue you did. Some of them are good, good stories. Some of them are sad stories. Can you tell us that how much money you get back from those families and organizations that you do rescue? And you have just say $50,000 cost, but do you get any reimbursed from those people?
So we do. We get two ways that we get it. So people are, believe it or not, people make donations, which is very nice. People that we've rescued have been, we've reached out to them on occasion for the Outdoor Council, the volunteer groups that help us that don't receive any funding. We've reached out and asked for donations to go to them, and people are good about that. So about every month, I'm bringing small donations before my commission to get approval to use that goes into the search and rescue account. And then we bill for some rescues. We do have the ability, the legislature gave us the ability a number of years ago to bill irresponsible hikers. We don't do that a lot. It has to be pretty outrageous behavior before I'll do it. So out of 180 missions, we bill 10 to 12 of those folks every year. And we enjoy about a 61 or 62% collection rate. So we collect probably a little over half of what we bill. The problem comes in that some of those missions run $50,000 and $60,000. So that's a hard pill for people to pay back. We negotiate payment schedules. We negotiate the amount. Sometimes I settle for a much lesser amount for people that have no ability to pay. So we do generate some of that, and the donations seem to continue to come. We received a donation last night for $5,000 to go into the search and rescue account. So a lot of people are doing that, which is helpful. That account is in better shape today than it's been in the 34 years I've been here. So I'm very happy to say, and I'm only looking for that to improve. I didn't want to say no to help. That's my reason for being here. I'll never say no if someone wants to help, but we're doing better than we have in a long time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you
Thank
for your
you, sir.
testimony today. The chair calls Meredith Hatfield from the Nature Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Meredith Hatfield from the Nature Conservancy. I do have a testimony letter making its way around, and today I have the honor of representing not only the Nature Conservancy, but also the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests and the Appalachian Mountain Club. We are all strong partners with Fish and Game, and we really see the agency's work as so critical to us fulfilling our missions, that anytime we get a chance to support the agency in seeking funding, particularly as has been noted in a very challenging budget year, we take the opportunity to do so. I think you've asked some really good questions that may warrant making some changes to this legislation. I did want to point out that all three organizations have participated in several study committees over the years. Over more than a decade, there have been a few study committees looking at how to ensure that the agency has sustainable funding. And thank you to the chairman for his service on the last one, which was last summer and fall. And during that conversation, a lot of, I would say, new stakeholders participated and expressed their interest and support for being a part of long-term funding solutions. And the part of this bill on line 24 that allows the Fish and Game Director to invest in technology to enable collection of donations, which the prime sponsor referenced at point of sale, we think could be a really important tool that as people are buying equipment, if they were offered the option to, donate a few dollars on top of their purchase, we think that could be a really valuable tool to increase the resources that Fish and Game has to perform important duties like search and rescue. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Robert Johnson II from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Take the big chair.
Yeah, they changed all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. Farm Bureau is a federation of New Hampshire's 10 county Farm Bureau organizations, consisting of just under 2,500 member farm families, supporters, and affiliated businesses. And similar to others, we wanted to show our support for the agency. Upwards of our members own and manage upwards of a few 100,000 acres of land in the state, most of it being open for recreational pursuits, hunting and fishing and such. And our members take pride in keeping their land open for others to use. And we also consider ourselves, consider Fish and Game a partner as well, a valued partner. And at our last annual meeting in November, our county Farm Bureau delegates, which we had 29 of them from the various counties, adopted a resolution supporting state funding for search and rescue efforts. And we did this because we need, I'd say we don't even want, but we need the agency to have the personnel and resources to assist our members with such thing as upholding the Fish and Game laws on their property, to be available when there are landowner related issues, as well as addressing crop damage, which happens on our farms and goes along with healthy wildlife populations in the state. And I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. Is there anybody out there that wanted to speak on this bill that has not had a chance to speak? Seeing none, I will now close the hearing on HB 573 FNA. We have another bill coming up at 1:15, but we have not yet had our lunch. So I am going to break for lunch and give everybody 45 minutes. So we'll be late coming into the next bill, but that's just because of all the overrun we've had. So since we can start a bill after it's been published to start, but not before, we're going to be in that situation. And if everybody can come back for 1:45, we'll open up that bill at 1:45 instead of 1:15. Okay? Everybody go have lunch. It being 1:45, the time and date certain when we delayed the meeting too. I am going to open the hearing, public hearing on 589 FN, and I recognize the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. It's an honor to be here. I think it's my first time coming to Fish and Game. I don't even think I've subbed on your committee before, so it's really an honor to be here. I did pass out an amendment that I believe tremendously improves the bill, but I'll get to that in a minute. I wanted to take a step back first and say, hi, I represent about a third of Concord, including where we are sitting now. So you're in my district. And I also want to make it clear that for this whole topic, I would not have taken this bill on if it didn't support people who fish and people who hunt. I grew up in Kentucky where half of my family did fish regularly, and I was in that part of the family more often, and the other half did hunt, and somehow my dad did both. And so I grew up eating what I called as a little girl, the Bambi, deer, squirrel, rabbits. That was a part of my upbringing. So, and how to look for buckshot so you didn't bite into it, that kind of a thing. So I would not have taken part in this bill if in any way I would cause a problem for hunters and anglers who are into the conservation, and doing these things the correct way. It is a bipartisan bill with Republicans and Democrats, somehow more state senators as co-sponsors than reps. But anyway, let me hit to the key points. First of all, what is wanton waste? So wanton waste is a disgraceful act of leaving a wounded or killed animal in the field or forest without making a reasonable effort to retrieve it for consumption or use. It is a senseless waste of life and a blatant disregard for the principles of responsible wildlife stewardship. And so what are wildlife killing contests? These contests are organized competitions in which participants compete for cash prizes and other incentives to kill as many of a targeted species as possible. They turn our state's public trust of wildlife into mere targets for entertainment rather than respecting them as part of our shared natural heritage. And I will step back to say the conversations that I have after filing the initial bill did lead to the amended version that does recognize that, for example, we started to list all these exceptions that we wanted, like, if you had a fishing contest of who had the biggest bass at a fishing derby, that would be an exception. And other things like who caught the biggest or most turkeys in this season, the way you do that over a season and what you're allowed to do. Or, anyway, people were coming up with so many exceptions. We took a step back and decided to amend the bill, approaching it in a much different way because we could keep coming up with exceptions that seemed reasonable till the cows come home. And I wasn't sure that that was the best place for us as legislature to drill that down so deeply. So the crux of the amended version is essentially to allow for the rulemaking process to do that piece of it. So the bill itself, as amended, if you decide to amend it, is in fact addressing these points that I'm going over now, but then at the discretion of the way the bill outlines it, then leaves it to the rulemaking process with the director of Fish and Game, and we'll get to that. So like I said, it's not a restricting any lawful hunting or fishing as licensed and regulated by the New Hampshire Fish and Game folks. Ethical hunters follow fair chase principles and respect the animals they pursue. This legislation simply seeks to end the reckless, wasteful slaughter that gives real hunters a bad name and is increasingly condemned by wildlife professionals nationwide. If the sheer immorality of leaving dead animals to rot or killing for sport prizes isn't enough to ban these contests, consider these two major points. The Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, of which New Hampshire Fish and Game is a member, opposes these unethical practices. And the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation, which New Hampshire Fish and Game explicitly endorses, upholds these relevant core principles. Wildlife resources are conserved and held in trust for all citizens, and wildlife may only be killed for a legitimate, non-frivolous purpose. And I'll also say a constituent brought this to my attention, this topic, and I've been working with Chris Shadler and Weldon Bosworth of the New Hampshire Wildlife Commission, and we have been collaborating with a number of folks, and I actually would like to defer to them on the specifics of that and the amendment to some degree. And so anyway, so this bill would really be a necessary step to the process of upholding ethical hunting traditions and angling traditions and ensure our state continues to lead in responsible conservation. So that's my brief, hopefully brief presentation. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I forgot about one thing. I should take questions first, though.
If you work it into a question, great. If not, you can follow up with it. Representative Harvey.
Oh. So, I'm just, so the bill is one thing, but the amendment is to put both of these things into the rulemaking for Fish and
Yes.
Game. Okay, so if we vote for the amendment, then what is in the bill is basically null and void.
Right, it gets the whole bill except for the enacting clause,
Okay.
which is the introductory piece.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. And it really does give the executive director the authority to work on these adoption of rules. And that's where they can suss out, does it include this fishing derby or anything that is brought to their attention, you know, the way those things are raised in any fashion. So rulemaking process then takes the front stage in this bill. And I will say there was another suggestion that I am open to including in rephrasing a little bit of the wording around what wanton waste is to say wild animal or wild bird as a part of that. I'm not sure why they aren't suggesting fish, but maybe that is a different topic than this amendment must address, but we can figure that out for sure. But so just know that I'm open to that amendment.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So these hunting contests, can you tell me and be a little specific how many there are in the state and of what species they're hunting? Or
I'm not sure of that myself. I think the folks that have collaborated with me will know better. I mean, in some cases, we may not know what those are, but I will defer to them on that answer. They're much more knowledgeable about when these things have taken place in the past.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, and Mr. Chair, I did place the suggested, it has red ink on it. I did not have enough copies for the whole committee of the suggested additional amendment.
Did you give a copy to the clerk?
I think I did leave one on your spot too. It has red ink in it and it's enumerates, it says wild animal. I can give you my copy. I'll pass it. Oh, great. Okay, perfect.
She has one. Thank
Oh,
you.
excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. The chair now calls Susan Garcia.
Hi, thank you for taking my testimony. This is my first time testifying.
Welcome.
I'm nervous, I'm emotional.
Don't be, we're all people.
Well, I'm emotional because of what's at stake. To me, I'm from Peterborough. Gratuitous violence and killing is not the sign of a healthy society. I value life. I value nature. I value creation. I value the very strong family systems that nature has in place. The balance of nature, the issues of the balance of nature has led to negative repercussions when you remove the top predators. This has been evidenced by the deer explosion. And what do we do with all the deer and all the killing of deer that has to happen because they don't have a top predator? People are afraid of coyotes. I don't think they're as bad as people think. People like to shoot coyotes. I understand there's no limitation on shooting coyotes. Coyotes have a very strong family system. They do well if left to their own hierarchy to keep their numbers down. When you go and you kill a mother, you're encouraging the other females in the pack to reproduce. So the idea that you could just kill off the coyotes and that's going to solve the problem of people being afraid of coyotes is you're actually fanning the flames on reproduction. So we do need to have those top predators. Wolves are protective species. I would love to see wolves come back into our balance of nature in New Hampshire. They cannot be easily identified as being separate from coyotes. I would not be able to tell a wolf from a coyote. There's a difference in the eye placement, a difference in the ears, and maybe the size, but really, apparently people have shot wolves or wolves that are hybrids because they thought they were coyotes. So I think I've pretty much expressed what I was thinking. I just want to add one more thing. We have such a wonderful state, wonderful nature, wonderful woods, and nature is already suffering from 50% declines of, say, the gray fox, the red fox, the martins, I'm not remembering the name of those scary ones, the fisher cats, the fishers. But this is all, having killing contests just gives an open season to further decimate the wildlife we have and cherish. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Weldon Bosworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Weldon Bosworth from Guilford. I did turn in some written testimony a couple of days ago, and I will assume that you have already accessed it or you will. I am just going to emphasize a couple of things and talk about why we wanted this bill. Unfortunately, in New Hampshire, there's many of our species are used as essentially disposable targets. They're killed because some people think that the only good predator is a dead one. So you have people that hunt a variety of our predators. We have 9 predators now, or what we call mesopredators, which is the next step down, like raccoons and so forth. And these are kind of, the way the seasons run in New Hampshire, these are available to shoot. The seasons are open on these species from 5 to 7 months a year. And you don't need to get a tag or a permit to shoot them. And there's no duty to report if you kill them. So we don't really know how many are shot. But this is something where we have people that actually hunt these as predators, shoot them, and because there's no duty or no system for understanding how many are shot, they're basically disposed of. And therein lies the rationale for the wanton waste. Other things happened that fall into that as well. The second thing is the gentleman over here asked about wildlife killing contests. There have been wildlife killing contests in New Hampshire. Back 3 or 4 years ago, there were three or four different sporting goods shops that ran them. I am unaware of any currently. I think there was a lot of, back in 2020, we actually introduced this wildlife killing contest ban bill, and I think some of that may have gone underground. I don't know that. But I think the important thing is with a ban on that, we can be sure, or reasonably sure, that we won't have them anymore. And that's the basis and the rationale for submitting this bill. Thank you. The rest of it's in my testimony I submitted. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. As more of a statement, you made a statement that you think that these contests have gone underground. You should be really careful about saying something like that because that's very misleading.
Representative Durkin, please make them actual questions.
Okay, I was just making a statement. I'm sorry. So you don't know of any contests that are going on presently?
I know of no killing contest that's been generally advertised.
Okay.
How about put it that way?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Tudor.
So when you go to the wanton waste part of the bill, someone shoots a fox or a raccoon or a fisher, I'm not sure what the season is on fisher, but there is seasons on the others.
Yep.
Expecting me to take it home and bake it?
You should have a purpose for doing it other than just to kill it, in my estimation. So basically, the idea this says unless you use that, so there's fur, there's meat, that's the use of a species. So you need to have a rationale for taking its life.
Does the follow up, Mr. Chair?
Follow up.
I guess this is a point of your bill, but the Fish and Game sets a bag limit for a certain number of animals that I can shoot during a season. If I'm after fur, then yes, I would keep the fur, but I might leave the carcass in the woods after I skinned it. Would you consider that to be wanton waste?
It depends on what kind of carcass. For instance, if you shoot a deer, usually you gut them in the woods and you take the rest of the deer out.
Well,
The
that's
guts
correct.
are left there, right?
But, again, clarifying follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Again, I'm back to the raccoon, the fox, the animals that you're probably not gonna take
Then why would you shoot it?
for.
Well, the use of the fur certainly wouldn't be included in this wanton waste.
All right, never mind, Mr. Speaker, I'm good.
Representative Harvey.
So I have here the North American model of wildlife conservation, and I was briefly looking at it quickly last night. Isn't one of the tenets of that conservation to not encourage wanton waste?
It depends on how you can interpret some of that as wanton, as not you as referring to wanton waste. Yes, as Representative Schultz said, the tenets that we basically hung our hat on there was that wildlife should not be taken for frivolous reasons.
Thank you. Yes, I'm reading that right now. So
Okay.
thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This may be a question better suited for Colonel Jordan. I think this is maybe where Rep. Tudor was going. If I shoot a fox that's coming into my chicken coop, I'm not going to eat the fox, nor do I want the fur. Would this bill, if it became law, have a negative impact upon the person that did that?
Definitely not. The fox coming in your chicken, your chickens is a nuisance animal, well within the regulations to either personally take care of it or basically get an agent to do that for you.
Any further questions? Representative Harvey.
So, isn't that also in statute that if an animal is causing harm to your property in any way, you are allowed to take that animal?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. A bear ate my rabbit, and Fish and Game said I could kill it.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for the time.
The chair calls Kay Cushman.
She had to leave, Jim.
Oh, Mr. Chair, that's my fault. She stopped me in the hallway because of the delay. She had to leave, and she asked me to tell you, and I forgot. I'm sorry.
Chair calls O. Webb.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Members of the House Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee, dear Chairman and members of the Commission. I did submit a PDF, but for some reason it didn't go through, so I'm just going to review what I had in my submission, which you have a copy of. Thank you. Today, we seem to be on the presence of change, chaos, and the very possibility to one day lose the opportunity to voice our public opinions. I am thankful to have this opportunity to do so today. For the record, I am asking you to ban the killing contest and wanton waste and approve of HB 589. I can't even begin to comprehend why I or we even need to do this. What is it about killing contests that's even remotely acceptable to anyone? It should not be. I'd ask each of you to have, if you've given any thought to what a killing contest is and the repercussions of such. When I think of contests, I think of fundraiser contests at schools, sports, dance, or art contests. Killing contests are just another example of an allowable, witnessed inhumanity to another living being. Killing contests have been documented and are bloody, barbaric, cruel, and I would also add a perverse excuse to destroy and even at times torture for some unfounded excuses. Do you believe in dogfighting? Do you believe in cockfighting? Do you believe allowing people to chase down coyote any time of the day or night, year-round, be it a pregnant or nursing mother or a pup, and then shoot them through the stomach so they can suffer and bleed to death, is ethical? It is well documented that coyote are chased by hounds for miles to their death exhaustion or chased down by snowmobiles, injured and maimed, disabled until they are killed. Yes, sadly, even this is considered acceptable and not illegal in New Hampshire. Imagine for just one moment the stress, horror, suffering, and pain these animals must endure for the sake of some gruesome, bloody contest. This is not a form of ethical fair chase hunting or even a resource for food. There they become wanton waste of animal bodies, maimed, tortured, and killed, left to rot in their pool of blood. It is the epitome of inhumanity. These contests are not always publicly visible. As with social media and the internet, there is a dark circle of shared information that perpetuates this very real vilification of coyotes here in New Hampshire and across the country. Do you know that even young, impressionable children attend these contests? What part of a civil society agrees to and allows this bloodthirsty, barbaric, and most vile form of animal abuse toward a wild animal? My dear parents never lost their sense of right and wrong, morals, ethics, and how to be a good neighbor and respect for all things. They taught me and my siblings by word and by example, and I'm truly grateful to them. I have spent my adult career in the healthcare profession treating and caring for people. I can honestly say that there is no question in my mind, or in the many people I have spoken with and work with, that no one agrees that killing contests are acceptable, but rather are a cruel and barbaric, bloody, ugly stain on New Hampshire and any organization that supports it. I urge you to dig deep into yourselves and consider joining other ethically minded hunters, conservationists, the Humane Society, and other states that have already banned killing contests. That would be Arizona, California, our neighbors Vermont, Massachusetts, Colorado, New Mexico, Maryland, New York, Washington, and Oregon. It is not only the ethical decision, it is the right and best decision for New Hampshire, its residents, visitors, and tourism. An ethically conscientious state that has regard for the humane treatment of animals, both wild and domestic, is not a bad thing. It is actually a very positive and welcome stance. I urge you to please make the most appropriate decision, ban killing contests and wanton waste by voting in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I almost stopped you to correct you, but I decided to let you continue and then correct you afterwards. I was here serving on this committee and was a co-sponsor of our wildlife cruelty bill that we passed, and I can assure you that Colonel Jordan would certainly charge anyone who tried to chase down coyotes with a snowmobile and run them over or maim them. It is against the law, and so I would be careful in your assertions. Thank you.
Very glad to hear that. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Mark Novembrio. I did my best.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Novembrino. I live in Pembroke. I'm here to voice my support for House Bill 589 FN, which would ban wildlife killing contests in the state of New Hampshire. My support for this bill is based on three principles. I believe in science-based management of nature and wildlife. Second principle, I support and respect hunters and hunting and the valuable role that they play in keeping our ecosystem in balance. The third principle, I believe that the natural world of my state of New Hampshire belongs to all of us, as well as to our children and to our grandchildren. I have not seen any evidence to suggest that wildlife killing contests can be reconciled with any of these three principles that I've mentioned. Regarding my first principle, science-based wildlife management, I've spent many hours reading studies and doing research, and I've not been able to find a single study that shows that wildlife killing contests help the predator-prey balance nor improve livestock protection. But I was able to read study after study, including ones conducted by UNH scientists, that indicated that indiscriminate lethal control of predators can be counterproductive, often leading to increased predator populations due to adaptive reproductive strategies. The same studies also demonstrated that non-lethal methods of management had just as much or perhaps more benefit than lethal ones. This also helped to explain to me why 10 states, all with active and cherished hunting traditions, have already banned wildlife killing contests. The boards of these states, including Vermont, Arizona, New York, and others, reviewed the science and came to the same conclusion. Regarding my second principle, hunters and the valuable role they play in balancing wildlife populations, I could find no evidence that wildlife killing contests specifically provide any benefit to that cause, nor to the exercise or enjoyment of hunting in general. I did find that at least some hunters worry that wildlife killing contests create a negative image of hunting and potentially harm public opinion. Supporting this concern, I found that 84% of Americans agree with hunting for meat, according to the Council to Advance Hunting and the Shooting Sports, while only 14% support killing contests, according to a 2022 Remington Research Group poll. So it's clear that there's wide support for hunting, but only limited support for contests. Regarding my third principle, that the natural world belongs to all of us, this is the one that motivated me most to speak here today. As I was researching the subject, a specific article and interview jumped out at me. And in the article, there was a gentleman who was president of an organization called the Mohawk Valley Coon and Cat Club. Just came up in the article. And he said that wildlife contests, this is in New York, that wildlife contests help sustain his organization's membership. He also said that even though New York banned the contests, that he would continue holding them under another name. And the exact quote that stood out to me in this public article said, "Some of our guys have $6,000 scopes on their rifles, and they're never going to get to use them for anything else. This club has been in my family since the 40s, and I don't want to lose it." So my question is, as a citizen of any state, whether it's New York or New Hampshire, why does a small group of people in a private club get to dictate interests that are for their monetary benefit when the majority of the opinion is against this behavior? The wildlife and public land in my state belongs to everyone, and it should be carefully managed according to scientific principles that benefit us all, and not the special interests of a few in a private club. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair calls Joan O'Brien.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Joan O'Brien, and I'm from Amherst, New Hampshire. And I am here in support of HB 589, not just for myself, but for everybody in my life who reacts with shock and disbelief when I tell them there's such a thing as a wildlife killing contest. I believe that killing contests where an entire species is vilified and set aside for extermination embodies the worst of human nature. And two aspects that are extremely disturbing have already been mentioned, but I'll mention them again, is the presence of children at these events. Children at these events are going to become desensitized to violence and to suffering, and they're going to see the adults in their lives modeling that it's okay to treat certain animals like garbage. And the second thing that really concerns me is the use of the high-powered weaponry. I also had the quote we just heard about the gun club owner saying, my guys have these $6,000 scopes, where else are they going to be able to use them? And in my photos, you're going to see a picture of a couple of guys dressed like they're about to go into Iraq, and to kill two innocent foxes, defenseless animals. Wildlife killing contests have no place in a civilized society, and I urge the committee to support this bill and end these senseless massacres. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Oulette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I see the picture of the two gentlemen in the back with the two foxes. Have they done anything illegal?
Apparently not.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know what state that is. It illustrates what these things look like. Even if this isn't New Hampshire, it could well be New Hampshire.
Follow up.
But you don't know of any,
I do not
contest
know
in
of
New
any killing contests
Thank you.
personally.
Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my questions. Because we are talking about making a law in New Hampshire, can you tell us that of all these pictures I'm seeing, these pictures are from New Hampshire?
No, I cannot tell you that they're from New Hampshire. Again, they could well be. It's the same kind of contest. They're happening in all but like 5 states across the nation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair calls Emily Murphy.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. And thank you for considering this bill, all of you committee members. This is a no-brainer for me. Of course, we should ban wildlife killing contests. And I want to say that I brought my 3rd grade daughter here today. She loves animals, especially wolves and bobcats. I told her about the ban because I just learned about it like a couple days ago. And she was so upset to learn that they were allowed in New Hampshire in the first place. I actually let her miss school today so she could be here and see how our government works, particularly with something that she cares so much about. I asked her if she wanted to speak, but understandably, she declined. So I also wanted to tell you of something that happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old. A friend told me of a place called Cat Hell. And they said where any cat that goes there, they get shot on sight. I don't know if it was true. I was 7 or 8, but I believed them. And the idea of it horrified me. And it stuck with me. I'm 51 now. I still remember learning about Cat Hell. And the idea, the shooting on sight and the complete disregard for the life of the animal was what was so horrifying. I mean, I knew that cats were euthanized at shelters and pounds. Like, it's not like I was like, no deaths, never. But I think it was that shooting on sight for fun, just almost like a contest there. And to kill in the name of wildlife control is wrong. New Hampshire is better at wildlife control than needing killing contests. We have very highly trained people who do that for a living. And just because something is wild and not domesticated, does not mean it should be legally bound to such treatment. That is not appropriate wildlife control. So please, each of you on this committee, I implore you not to yield to a minority who must want to keep these killing contests, I guess in the name of heritage or tradition. Although, as somebody mentioned, I mean, some people proclaim dog fighting as their heritage and tradition. And I want you to please think of what this decision says to our children and future generations. Your ability to pass legislation is such an important tool. I don't need to tell you that. You all know that. Past legislators and citizens, we can thank for why we have laws prohibiting adults from beating their children, for example. And that was not always the case in our history, as I'm sure many of you know, if those of you are students of history. Some of the earlier protections for children in our country arose by arguing the fact that laws existed that would have protected an animal from enduring the same treatment that this child was undergoing. Now, I must say how sad that children needed to be at least considered on the level of animals to get that basic protection, but how important having those laws on the books was. We need to have basic protections from some of the worst types of treatment that are possible, even for animals, Wildlife killing contest squarely goes into that category of some of the worst types of treatment that are possible. Thank you for your time and your service in the New Hampshire legislature. And I'm Emily Murphy. I'm from Dover, New Hampshire. I don't know if I said that.
Thank you.
Oh, and I have to wait for potential cut. Sorry.
Only if you want to. Are you willing to take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Seeing none.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Louis Chattel Jr. I did my best.
It worked. Good afternoon, Chairman and distinguished members of the Fish and Game Committee. My name is Lou Chattel Jr. I live in New Ipswich with my wife and 2 wonderful huskies. I have spent the majority of my life keeping people safe, but I realized it was time for me to make a change. I was an EMT for 15 years. I went on to be a police officer in New Hampshire for 15 years, and I retired after that. I then went to work in a hospital in New Hampshire and chief of security, keeping people safe. And since then, I've been in a safety coordinator role in Manchester for the last 2.5 years. During all this time, the care and respect of animals has always been my passion. And since animals do not have a voice, I'm going to use mine today to advocate for them. I'm also going to be repeating some of the things that have been said, and I think it's worth to hear them, and they were all very good points. I promise to be brief, but when I'm done here today, I hope I leave you with one thing, my passion for animals. Before I ask for your support, I'd like to outline the wildlife killing contest, and I realize some of this has been said, but it's easier for me just to say it. These contests are nothing more than recreational and organized slaughter. They may take place over a specific period of time, such as 24 or 48 hours. During this time, the goal is to kill as many animals as possible, and the one that has the most combined weight of dead animals wins the prize. If larger animals are not available, any animal will do. The more animals that are killed, the better one has the chance to win a contest. Sadly, our most impressionable children often witness or participate in these contests. With all the violence our children are regularly exposed to, these contests send a message that it's fun or thrilling to kill as many animals as you can. This should not be the legacy we want to leave our future generations. To put things in perspective, I outlined 8 brief talking points. First one being respect. Wildlife killing contests do not respect wildlife. All they do is promote a culture of hate and disrespect towards animals. Ecological balance. Wildlife plays a crucial role in maintaining our ecosystem. These killing contests disrupt this balance and can greatly affect all nearby wildlife populations. Banning wildlife killing contests does not mean banning hunting. I understand and support ethical hunting practices, but killing contests are not ethical.
Other states, as was mentioned, are neighbors, Massachusetts and Vermont, Arizona, California, Colorado, Maryland, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, and Washington all ban these killing contests. Wrong message to our youth. As I said, the wildlife killing contests send a wrong message to our young people. They are desensitizing them and giving them and teaching them that killing as many animals as you can is acceptable. Given the unsettling times we are living in these days, we should be focused on teaching the next generation to respect all forms of life instead of killing as much as they can. The right thing to do. Doing the right thing is often the wrong thing for those who do not respect the law or care about wildlife. Public sentiment. Many people in our entire society throughout this country view these contests as inhumane and unethical. Banning them would reflect the evolving public sentiment toward wildlife conservation and would be a message of support from you in the state of New Hampshire. YouTube. I had the mispleasure of watching a YouTube video on this topic. And during this topic, it was a 48-hour period. These contests were held for bragging rights, a large cash prize, or in some case, an assault rifle loaded up with all the fancy options. Comments on the video range from enjoyable, it's the thrill, I got to use my AR-15 with night vision, or it's a tradition when we get together to go out and kill as many animals as we can. To get as many animals as they can, animals are often killed at night with the use of an assault rifle. They may be baited and trapped and then killed. How is that considered a sport? I can't even comprehend that. I did attach, which you've probably seen, 2 articles that are not pleasant to look at, but they do illustrate the reality of what's happening in these contests. I believe they would be beneficial beneficial to read for you to decide on this matter. In speaking to a point that was raised earlier, not knowing if these pictures are from New Hampshire or not, they don't have to be. We can stop it before they are. I've been around long enough to understand that there are 2 sides to every story. In this case, the only other side I can think of is the total lack of respect for wildlife and one's thrill of killing. Mr. Chairman and distinguished committee members, I respectfully ask that you consider enacting legislation such as House Bill 589 that bans these contests. I also hope you'll do the right thing by having New Hampshire join the 10 other states and become the 11th state to put an end to these contests. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your support, and thank you for your service to our great state.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony
Thank you.
today. The chair calls Micah Borchers.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you for listening to me. I'm Micaiah Borchers from Tilton, and I'm here in support of HB 589. So today you are considering a law prohibiting killing contests and wanton waste in our state. It's my opinion these contests are a far cry from ethical hunting. I believe they incentivize sadism and foster, especially in our young people, a dismissive and disrespectful attitude towards wildlife and life in general. As you probably know, deer hunting is highly regulated versus the take of fur bearers like foxes and coyotes. Presently, the coyote season is open year-round, even during pup rearing season, and neither coyote or fox have bagging limits. Although some of Fish and Game's officials would have you believe both species populations are abundant, there's a dearth of hard data to support this claim, and as a matter of fact, trapping results indicate a possible decline in red and gray fox. These results are all we have to go off of since no further research has been conducted. I did hand out some papers, so you should have those graphs actually. Knowing this, our state's current management of foxes and coyotes is at best uninformed and reckless. Imagine if hunters went in the woods to shoot as many deer as they could, dragged them all back to count and stack in a pile, and some guy was handed a new gun and $100 for killing the most deer out of everyone else. Then all the bodies were left to rot in the woods. Imagine the outcry. Fish and Game would not allow that because they understand it's a huge waste of life and resources and would have detrimental impacts on the deer population. But that's exactly what they do to coyotes and foxes. In my high school ethics class, I developed the philosophy that although the consequences of our actions are not inconsequential, the majority of the moral activity occurs on the motivational level. Why do people kill wildlife? Well, folks kill deer to feed their families. But people kill coyotes because they're misinformed or just because they want to kill something. And worst of all, sometimes just because they hate them. Killing contests are one of the worst symptoms of a greater disease, a wrong-headed, hateful attitude towards carnivores, especially coyotes, and an unwillingness to extend to them the same respect and care state agencies afford other species like white-tailed deer. It would be a long-awaited step in the right direction to prohibit killing contests and grant our state's essential predators a little more respect. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. The chair calls Bob Switzer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name's Bob Switzer. I'm from Sullivan, New Hampshire. I find it hard to believe that in this day and age, we need legislation to prevent the wanton destruction of wildlife because of a sporting event. What kind of message does this send when the state of New Hampshire supports killing contests? How does this reflect on the rest of the hunting community? This reminds me of the slaughter of bison in the 19th century, when tens of thousands of them were killed from trains on the prairie. I would hope that we might have learned a lesson from this, but apparently some members of our society have not. Has anyone determined the purpose of a killing contest? Who benefits from it? How does it improve our society? I personally think killing contests condone some of the most disgusting and detestable behavior in our society. This is nothing more than thrill killing. It takes a troubled individual to participate in this kind of activity. When a child kills an animal for fun, we fear mental illness. But when an adult with the capacity to reason kills multiple animals for fun, we call it a sport. I've seen the photos of piles of dead coyotes with a grinning individual proudly looking into the camera. These dead coyotes are not utilized in any way and are left to rot. How many of these animals had young who now have to fend for themselves and possibly die from starvation, predation, or exposure, all as a result of a killer who doesn't care about wildlife? Speaking specifically about coyote killing contests, the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department has said, coyote killing contests are not only ineffective at controlling coyote populations, but these kinds of competitive coyote hunts are raising concerns on the part of the public and could possibly jeopardize the future of hunting and affect access to private lands for all hunters. Vermont, as has been said by other testimony, Vermont banned coyote contests in 2018 and Massachusetts banned in 2019. And nationally, there are 10 states that have banned them. And I think it's time that New Hampshire joined the rest of those states. In conclusion, I ask that you vote to move this bill out of committee and send it to the full House for a vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair calls Christina Snyder.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Snyder. I'm from Chester, New Hampshire. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. I will say that I am in support of this bill. I do support a ban on killing contests, and there are photos of a New Hampshire killing contest that are currently still public on Facebook if anybody wants to see them. So they are there for New Hampshire. But I want to touch on wanton waste a little bit. I want to talk about crows. Now, a lot of farmers do not like crows, and they kill a lot of crows because they affect their corn. If this bill passes, that would still be happening. They have every right to protect their property and their livestock and their crops. However, there is a contingent of hunters that go out and just kill crows just to kill them. And I do have a couple quotes from a couple articles. And these articles, they interviewed a hunter a crow hunter. So this is not an animal activist. This is someone who shoots crows, is an expert at calling in crows and shooting them. So if I may, I'm going to read these two quotes. Shot crows usually are tossed on manure piles, ground into dog food, or left for scavengers. Because most states don't set bag limits for crows, hunters' bragging rights lie in the numbers. This is an article from ESPN regarding New Hampshire crow hunting. So this is New Hampshire. There's another quote. I mean, I'm a hunter, I'm a fisherman, and I have no problem with hunting, but crow hunting is very different. Crows are killed, and they're just left or piled up sometimes. It's not the typical hunting where you're out to gather a resource, which you can enjoy and eat. Although I'll tell you, they taste great. So you can eat these crows. But apparently, this is a crow hunter, and he's calling out a contingent of the hunting community that just piles up crows, tosses them, and they're done. That's unacceptable. And I believe that this bill would address that. It should address that. That is clearly an example of killing just for the sake of killing. And I don't think in 2025 that that should be happening, not in my state of New Hampshire. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Chairman calls Ray Green.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ray Green. I live in Milford, New Hampshire. But I am also the Fish and Game chairman of the Fish and Game Commission, and I am the commissioner for Hillsborough County. Originally, when this bill came out, one thing that I want to make clear on the commission is the commission voted opposed to this bill. The reason why we voted opposed to this bill is that we felt this bill should have been split into two bills. It's two different subjects. You have wanton waste, and you also have killing contests. The commission is not against wanton waste. I don't know anybody that wants, especially sportsmen, that want to go out and waste an animal just for the sake of killing it or to leave it there and not use it. So we're in favor of wanton waste. We want wanton waste in there, that people aren't wasting it. What we're against is that originally when the bill started was about the wildlife killing contests. The way the original bill started, you and I could not even have a bet if we were going to go out on, say, Thanksgiving and shoot a turkey, and whoever gets the biggest turkey wins. The other one, I used the example, you'll serve dinner. Because the original bill, it said it couldn't be with two people or more. Didn't define it. Then it got defined down even more, where it has brought the bill down quite a bit. But one of the things that I feel, and what the commission is about, is that the bill is now saying no later than January 1st, the executive director shall adopt in pursuant to RSA. You're making it just one person is making that decision. What we find hard about that is we have a fantastic director in place right now. But what happens if years down the road, we have a director in place that they believe and go out and have a hunting contest on everything that moves out there? Or if you had a director that came in place and says, I don't believe that there should be any type of a hunting contest. You're leaving it down to one person making the decision for how many people that live in the state. That I believe the bill should read with the executive director along with the approval of the Fish and Game Commission. It's the Fish and Game Commissioners that are out there with the public, hearing the public, meeting with the public, and dealing with the wildlife. And that's all I'm going to have to say. The other, sorry, there is one more. This bill isn't about a resource. It doesn't affect our resource. This bill is a social issue. You have people that don't believe, oh, we shouldn't have a hunting contest, we shouldn't have this. That I believe that it's not about our resource. I believe it's a social issue. It's kind of one of those, it's a feel-good bill. But what does it really affect? And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Harvey.
So the amendment, I believe, leaves it up to the rulemaking process, which is certainly not one person, because when you do when you do rules, you have hearings throughout the whole state and then bring that information back. Am I incorrect in how that rulemaking process works?
And in the rulemaking process, it also depends what the rule is on whether or not the commission has authority or not. It's not saying, hey, the commission has full authority on all rulemaking. It comes down into the numerous amounts of sections that the commission does have authority or doesn't have authority. What you're doing here is you're not giving the commission the authority to say whether animals should be on that list of a contest or not. And the other thing is defining the animal.
So I'm still
Follow up?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm still confused, but on a higher level. So if we pass such an amendment and allow this decision to be made through the rulemaking process, does that totally bar the commission from having any input into that rulemaking process? I'm still confused about that process, I guess.
Well, if you pass this as a law, the law will state that the executive director shall adopt the rules. Doesn't say anything about the commission. You've eliminated the commission.
Any further questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So it's been asked a couple times, haven't really got an answer. You might know the answer to this. Are there any hunting contests in the state that you know of?
I am not aware of any.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Kurt Ehrenberg from the Humane Society.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the New Hampshire State Director of the Humane Society of the United States. So I live in Portsmouth, and we are in full support. The Humane Society of the United States is in full support of a ban on wildlife killing contests in the state. And we do support HB 589. As originally introduced, we would have liked to have seen some improvements that ensure that the species that are most commonly targeted, such as coyotes, etc., are more explicitly included in the language. And second, we ask that there are not loopholes and any exemptions that might allow some killing contests to continue. The proposal to have the bill ask for and say shall, the commission or the director shall promulgate rules we're not necessarily comfortable with that because of what it says in the bill is identifying exemptions, except we're allowed by rules made under paragraph 2 when they identifying exemptions that are not specified. So it leaves a lot of room that we're not comfortable with. But what we are comfortable with is effective language that would ban killing contests in New Hampshire. And I would just say, and there's been a lot said, and I don't want to keep everyone here longer than they need to be. I think there's been a lot of good information. A lot of good people have testified here today, and I appreciate all the testimony we've heard. But this measure would not affect in any way the lawful regulated hunting, control, or management of the wildlife species listed therein, nor would it prevent New Hampshire landowners or livestock farmers from lethally removing predators or animals on their property that are predators. It would merely prohibit making a cash and prizes game out of the mass killing of the wildlife that is managed in trust for the benefit of all New Hampshire residents. And I think the question we can put to bed today, if we ask the Fish and Game Department, are there contests like this going on in New Hampshire? You'll get the answer from the source that knows. And I think you should find that out today. And I appreciate your time. I've cut my testimony way down. I hope you appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. For time's sake, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you saying that you like this bill, but you want it to be revised so that it speaks more to some of the points that you're making about?
Well, if the bill's intention is to stop the practice of wildlife killing contests in the state of New Hampshire, we believe that the language should be clear about that, not only about the species that it protects and covers, but also making sure that if it's done through rulemaking or statute or whatever, that it is ironclad in that it prohibits these contests, which, as I said, are clearly just for cash, pleasure, prizes. It's shameful, and we shouldn't do it in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time
Thank
today.
you.
The chair calls Chris Shadler.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Chris Shadler. I have taught in my life at UNH, it's a predominant career in the Natural Resources Department. I've also been a sheep farmer for 18 years. I began 40 years ago with wolf work, and when I moved east, realized what we had here with the eastern coyote is a much more interesting animal. And so for the last 30 years, I have devoted a lot of my life to understanding this animal, to keeping this animal off of my sheep. The animal has taught me a great deal about how to be a diligent farmer, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm telling you this by way of saying that I approach this pragmatically. I have a science background, and so I add that into the mix. For 40 years, I have traveled all over New England educating people, primarily on eastern coyotes, but now also eastern wolves, since we know that they are part of the mix out there. Today, we're talking about a bill to ban wildlife killing contests, and I think that most of you are probably saturated with the facts that have already been presented. So I just want to make a couple of points here. And a couple of them in response to what Mr. Green was claiming. There were last minute amendments to this bill, and I think all of you have a copy of those amendments, which requires the approval of the commission in rulemaking. So the commission, of course, would be involved in this. The fact that the executive director would have the charge once the bill is in place, I'm imagining that other executive directors that might follow her would have to oblige the law, which would be that the killing contests have been banned. Another thing, which I find very curious, I know that there's killing contests out there. Maybe I travel with the wrong crowd, but I know that there have been 2 in the very recent past. I don't know about this year. One near Jaffrey, the other in Rochester. I've heard from some people who know that there have also been contests up north. So they're happening. And it's surprising to me that more people aren't aware. It's also not surprising to me that some of the contests that had been occurring have been occurring without a lot of advertising. Let's put it that way. The public is aware because of me and other groups who have been talking about the ludicrous nature of holding a contest that actually encourages people to kill the most animals that they can kill. And if you would just look at the testimony that is before you, my testimony, the front page looks like this. It has a little chart on the bottom. And that chart, if you can take a look at it, the chart indicates from Fish and Game data that red fox, gray fox, and fisher are in trouble in our state. They are in trouble. Why they're in trouble? In part because of hunting, in part because of rodenticides, in part because of habitat change. These predators are a little bit more specialized than prey species are. And so when we as a state allow or turn our eye away from contests that do this, it amounts to indiscriminate killing of predator species. And somebody wanted to know which species: red fox, gray fox, coyote, fisher, raccoon. Just killed and stacked up, weighed, measured, and discarded. I also want to say, Mr. Green made the point about separating wanton waste from killing contests. Killing contests generate wanton waste. They are quintessentially united together. So in our view, and hopefully the folks at Fish and Game agree or might see that this bill, the way that it's written, needs to be written in exactly this way so that we understand what wanton waste is and that wanton waste results from indiscriminate killing of wild animals. The last thing I'm going to say, the last thing I'm going to say is that there's a principle involved here. The principle of respecting the wildlife that we have. And several people have talked about this. I think it's really important. I don't regard it as a social issue. I regard it very much as a wildlife, an issue that is affecting our wildlife. And because so many tens of thousands of tourists come to our state now and spend their money to see our wildlife and to see the natural beauty of the place, why not care for these animals in this very simple way? It's certainly not a bill about hunting. We are, as a coalition, so I founded the New Hampshire Wildlife Coalition along with John Harrigan. And our view was that predators needed protection for a variety of reasons. And anyway, that's basically what I wanted to say to you. I hope that you will support this bill. It's a good bill. It's about time. 10 other states have done it. I know how independent New Hampshire is, but the tide is turning against these things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Lovett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just explain on your graph what we're talking about in 2024 with regard to red fox, gray fox? What does that little bullet tell us in terms of the trend?
Well, you can see
numerically.
Oh,
Or vaguely, or you're the scientist. You tell us. What
we
that
have
means.
a good question on the coalition. We have Weldon Bosworth, who's our statistician, and what he did was he took the trapper records from Fish and Game over a long period of time to see whether these animals are in a stable state. And what these bullet points represent is a decline over time in their population. In terms of the actual numbers, what's interesting about these numbers, and I'm glad you asked, is that people are not responsible. Fish and Game doesn't hold them responsible for reporting what they've killed. So all we know is what trappers are able to take. And so what we're seeing here is a measure in that way.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Tudor.
So the graph, the numbers that the graph represents are the numbers of foxes taken by trappers.
Yes, essentially.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Follow up.
And again, thank you for taking my question. Isn't it also true that we've had a severe reduction in trappers over the same period?
Yeah, it is. No, well, trapping.
Same number of trapping licenses.
Oh, same number of trapping licenses. Same number of trappers? That's a good question for Fish and Game.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any way that you could determine that those numbers are shrinking because of overtrapped, hunted, or because of losing their habitat?
I think that's such a good question, and it gets to the complexity of the issue. There's no one single thing that is impacting wildlife in our state. It's a matter of all of it. And one could argue, and people have argued, that killing contests being so indiscriminate provide what they call additive mortality to a situation where these animals are also facing loss of habitat, poisoning with rodenticides. All of those things are coming into play here. I'm honestly not avoiding your question. It's a great question. The answer really is very complex. And I am not certain that there has been enough research on exactly this. More research would be better. And finally, I think UNH has finally got a guy in Mall Remington that is interested in doing the research.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
The chair calls Kyle Baker.
Good afternoon. Kyle Baker here, Rathyoung and Pignatelli here on behalf of New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is a nonpartisan nonprofit that's here to advocate for hunting, fishing, trapping, as well as the conservation of land for increased access to hunt, fish, and trap. So as the bill is written, we have some concerns with the piece of legislation. Similar to Mr. Green, we believe the issue should be split. If we want to have a discussion about a clear, concise, and enforceable definition of what wanton waste is, I think the sporting community would be all for that. We talked about search and rescue this morning. You rarely hear about hunters needing search and rescue services in New Hampshire, but when you do, it's that hunter that took one more step into the bog to pull the duck out, or took a little bit too far of a walk into a body of water to try to find their deer. hunters care deeply about reducing wanton waste. I did just saw this amendment this afternoon. I think it does make a small amount of improvement to the bill, particularly giving those at the department some rulemaking authority. I do still have a considerable amount of concern with the sort of the broadness of the definition of wanton waste, and would want to spend some time with it and see if we can't find a more concise and more easily enforceable definition for everyone to follow. Regarding hunting contests, we feel that if we have a clear definition of what wanton waste is, set through the department using their background, the idea of a killing contest or a hunting contest would be moot. Because we would ensure that there would already be laws on the books to prohibit the wanton waste of animals. So we also have concerns about whether or not the amended language here, the amendment that we're looking at this afternoon, would start to apply to things like fishing derbies or buck pools or things that aren't necessarily what I think the intentions are of the sponsor when it comes to contests that involve harvesting the highest amount of animals versus the heaviest buck or the largest trout through the ice or things along those lines. So we think the bill does need a considerable amount of work, but we're happy to provide input as the process continues.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we pass the House? Didn't we pass a prohibition on killing contests last session, and the body on the other side of the wall did not approve of that? No,
I'm not aware of that. I believe in 2020 there was a very similar piece of legislation to this, and it did work its way through the Senate process. I think they had removed the hunting contest piece and created Senator Waters, I believe, worked on it. Had a more concise definition of wanton waste, and I believe that passed the Senate. But then the world shut down, and I don't think it didn't make it out the other side.
Oh, COVID happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
COVID happened.
I'm seeing Mr. Bosworth shake his head.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair recognizes the last speaker, Colonel Jordan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Kevin Jordan. I'm the colonel at New Hampshire Fish and Game. So I checkmarked that we're in favor of this bill, but I do have some caveats to that. So the director and I tried, or did work actually, with Weldon and Chris Shadler, and had some success in trying to reach their goals without compromising sportsmen and women that are doing it the right way. And I can tell you those numbers far outweigh the numbers you're hearing about today. And I can say that because I'm the guy that prosecutes those people. So we do have a few, and I think New Hampshire has done a real good job. I think your reference to the cruelty bill was a good example, Mr. Chairman, when we worked together. That was a good example of getting together with folks on both sides of the aisle. And frankly, listening to the speakers, and some of them did a tremendous job. I don't think we're that far apart on our beliefs. I don't think animals should be wasted either. It makes me very angry. That's why I do this job, is because I love animals, but I also hunt and fish, and I love that very much. When it's done right, I think it's a great thing, and I will disagree that children shouldn't be involved. I think we should go out of our way to make sure that children are involved, because I think it's a safer environment than what a lot of kids are exposed to today. So, but we can debate that on a different day. We did talk to Chris Shadler and Weldon, and we were concerned about a deer contest, because deer contests don't really matter. People are still going to take deer. They're going to hunt deer and harvest them. And businesses, there are a lot of deer pools across the state. Businesses use it to generate business. Whether we have those contests or not, people are still going to harvest deer, and you can choose whether or not you ever want to participate in it. We were concerned about the Rotary Fishing Derby and other derbies that have a great impact on the local economy and bring families. And if you didn't go to that derby this year, it was kind of refreshing to see the family groups out there, the kids out there playing on sleds and the fathers fishing. It was kind of nice. Again, I think personally it's something society needs more of. And so anytime we can promote that, that's good. And they were very open to that discussion. That is not what their intent was, in my opinion. And so we worked pretty hard with 11 commissioners
to try and get 11 commissioners on board to try and meet as many of the goals as we could as the prime sponsor and the folks that support this bill and not interfere with hunting. And so that took a while, including up until as late as this morning. I typed a suggested amendment. It's not an amendment, it's a suggestion. And that's, I think, was delivered to the clerk and has red language in it. And basically, the amendment that we started with today has several faults to it. It will be unenforceable on a couple of different fronts. And I want to make sure everyone's aware of that. And that was the reason that we submitted this amendment. So first off, and I think my director actually did this by mistake, but under wanton waste, under line 5, if you look, she says the act of intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence. So what she's trying to describe there are criminal culpable mental states. Intentionally is not a culpable mental state in the state of New Hampshire. It's not recognized, not defined. So it can't exist in a law. You can't use it. And we wouldn't use culpable mental states in a violation level offense. It puts the level of proof much higher and unnecessary. So the one that I crafted, I basically eliminated that by replacing the language with the act of wasting a wild animal or a wild bird, period. That's all you have to prove. It's much easier to do that. The second part of this is they refer to animal throughout this bill. There's no legal, it's crazy, there's no legal definition for animal in our chapter. So we describe animals as wild animals. There's a great definition for that. There's a great definition for wild birds. And there's a all-encompassing definition of wildlife, which includes reptiles, amphibians, all animals. So anywhere that the amendment had animals, I replaced it with wild animal or wild bird. The final change I put in, and the commission told me that this would be required for their approval, was no late. If you drop down on where we're instructing the executive director to adopt rules, I put a space in there. The executive director shall adopt. The executive director, with the approval of the commission, shall adopt rules pursuant to 541A, meaning the commission would have to approve those rules to move forward. And then, Representative Harvey, you're absolutely correct. It would be public hearings, so there would be a lot of time for input. There would be a lot of time for making adjustments. And then you come over here to JLCAR, which I know you all are familiar, where there's another shot at that, or another bite at that apple. So we would prefer, I believe we would have preferred the bills to be split. Quite frankly, I've been told by my new director that we're going to come up with a wanton waste description and rule whether this law passes or not. We think it's important. I think I think this is a good description. I think the prime sponsor did an excellent job trying to hone that down. I think it will protect hunters. The provisions are in this bill. In the amended version I did, and in her amended version, there's provisions in there for landowners, which will exclude them. They can protect their property. There's provisions in there, or will be in the rule, for nuisance wildlife, for animal control. All of those things will be considered. That's the advantage to doing it in rule, is it gives us the opportunity to custom make that so we don't interfere or cross lines that we don't want to cross. So if in fact the prime sponsor and everyone here agreed with this version, with the red pieces that I put in, the commission has instructed me they would support it, and we would too. So just for your own information, we are going to create wanton waste in rule, whether this bill passes or not. New Hampshire's long overdue for that. 12 other states have done it. I've looked at them all. And I think it's an important thing to do, and we can do it as easily as we did the cruelty. I will tell you this, I caution people all the time about social media. We make cases all the time based on social media. I hate it, frankly, my own opinion. I hate it. I think it's ridiculous and wasteful. And I really want to caution people for believing what you see on it. I think a lot of times I know those videos are made up because I've investigated them, and they don't run out the facts. So, and they're upsetting, and I feel bad about that. I don't want people thinking that kind of activity goes on. I will argue, I don't think New Hampshire is slaughtering animals. If they're doing it, they're hiding it. And they're doing a good job of it. And I'll give you a good example. I had an officer a young officer the other day, took a duck, a goose, carcass and a turkey carcass he no longer needed. It was used in a case. He drove out on the seacoast into a field that he thought was very remote. He dumped the carcass. Within the hour, I received a call at headquarters about these 2 dumped carcasses, and that someone should investigate that because someone shot these things illegally. So I find it hard to believe that we're shooting truckloads of coyotes and dumping them in the woods. I think I would know that. I think I would get that call. Unfortunately, if we don't put something in place, that could happen. I think it could happen. And then the other question I wanted to answer for you, the wildlife contest in the States. There are a lot of deer pools, as I've said. I'm aware of a lot of turkey pools that go on that are open. I knew of 2 coyote contests. One in the Rochester area no longer exists. I don't know why, but it doesn't. And then another individual who I believe just aged out of doing this kind of thing. But here's something else I want you to think about. The one good thing about poachers is they can't help themselves. They want the world to know. Thank goodness, because that's how they get caught. They're not going to shoot the biggest coyote in the state of New Hampshire and keep it a secret. They are not going to do that. And that's why we catch them when they do those things. They're going to post it. They're going to take pictures of it. They're going to share it. So I really believe if these things were rampant, we would know about it. We would have some indication of it. I think in New Hampshire, it could exist because we don't have anything to prevent it. And I think if we work together, all of us, if we were to pass this the way we've adjusted it, we could come up with rules that might not please everyone, but I don't think it would interfere with hunters like this might, passing it just the way it is or doing it all in law. I think allowing it to be done in rule will give people an opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
That's all I have, sir.
Representative Harvey.
Actually, Mr. Chair, this is a question for you. I started the morning out quite organized and then it disappeared.
Discombobulated?
Yes, that. Do we have his amendment?
Yes, it's the one with red.
And I apologize for that.
Oh, I think only the 3 up here got it. We'll get copies. Not a problem.
Okay.
I can pass mine over to you so you can look at it if you like.
I don't have anything in red.
Pass that over. Whoops. Sorry. Any actual questions for the Colonel? Representative Tudor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just reading the amendment, and it came to a question that I asked one of the presenters earlier. Let me just read you what the amendment says and ask you a question. You can tell me whether you think you'd arrest me.
Yes, sir.
Wanton waste shall include the removal of the head, hide, tail, or antlers from a game animal and leaving the edible portion to waste.
Yes.
So if I shoot a fox and take the fur and leave the meat, am I guilty?
That would not be wanton waste, in my opinion.
I've left the hide. I've took the hide.
Yep.
And left them.
Wanton waste would be, we had an individual shooting moose, cutting the ear off and leaving the rest of the animal on the ground. Or guys taking, I shouldn't say guys, people shooting deer at night, taking the hind quarter and leaving the rest of the animal in the wood. That's wanton waste. I think, and understand this, whenever, you guys know this, whenever you create a law, you can't bulletproof it, and it comes down to officer discretion. And I'm confident that we have some good officers that use good discretion. So things like that would be taken into consideration. Yes. And I will tell you the other thing that bothered me, running coyotes down with snow machines. I'm going to tell you something. I will prosecute them, and there are good laws on the books to do that. That is illegal method of take. That is harassment of wildlife. That could border on cruelty of wildlife, and I would never tolerate an act like that. We make cases on people intentionally running over wildlife. Turkeys are the biggest one. They'll see a flock, they get sick of them being in a road, and they'll drive through them. And we've made cases on that multiple times.
Just like the flaming moose.
Yeah, it's not. You're not going to tolerate. No one's going to tolerate that.
Most coyotes I've run into would get away from the snow machine pretty quick.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Smith.
I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. I'm saying we wouldn't tolerate it. There's a difference there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel. Excuse me for taking my question. You didn't hit on this, but I think it's important for you to elaborate in the wanton waste definition where it talks about without making a reasonable effort to retrieve, salvage, and render it. I know reasonable is very subjective.
Yes.
What's reasonable to one officer is
Might not be to another. Absolutely.
is that going to be left up to a field determination? I mean, who's going to make that decision?
So
What's reasonable?
we debated that a lot for that very reason. So to me, that common sense is reasonable. A reasonable effort would be someone who it would not just shoot and turn and walk away. He would make some effort to, and most hunters do. They go to great lengths and Kyle brought up a good point. A lot of the hunters that we search for are actually looking for deer when they get lost. So, but I think in rule, we would have to work on defining that a little better for our judges, because I want to make sure the judges are on board. So I think there would have to be a little further definition of that. This wouldn't, if we're, and this sponsor, representative that brought the Schultz, who I've never met. I really appreciate you bringing this representative. She's doing what we asked. She's trying to give us the authority to do it in rule. So it's not real clear here, with the idea it will be cleared up in rule. And I would agree with that. That's the way to do that. And I'll tell you, the other thing, as you know, if we do something in rule and it doesn't work and we have to revisit it, if it's in law, it takes 2 years and a lot of issues. With rule, we can do it almost immediately. We can fix it. So that's why we wanted to do it in rule. But that would need work.
Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel,
Yes, sir.
for taking my question. So we heard from Chairman of the Fish and Game Commission that he doesn't know that we have any competition in the state of New Hampshire, if I heard it right. And also, you said that, the wanton animal waste, the commission is going to change the rule in near future, because you think that that's needed to be.
My director wants to do that, yes, and I'm on board with that. In my opinion, we have to run that by the commission, but I believe the commission wants that as well.
So my question is, if everybody's in the same page, we don't have a problem, and we're gonna change it through our existing rule, why we need a new law for this purpose?
Well, I think that now I'm speaking to what I think they think. I'm putting myself in their shoes. I think they want to make sure it's done, and so putting it in law makes it happen. Personally, I think it would be done without it. But I think the reason that I think originally they weren't going to put it in rule, and then we convinced them to change this to allowing us to put it in rule.
Thank you.
Follow up,
Chairman.
yes.
Thank you. Colonel, so we are doing that, we thinking that in future we might have a problem, and we are preemptively making a law.
I don't know that I can say that. I don't know that the problem is, I don't agree the problem is rampant. I don't know what I think about that.
Any other questions? Seeing none,
Thank you, sir.
the chair will now close the hearing on 589 FN. And we will move,
And can the rest of the committee get it? I took a picture.
we're going to
of
get a
it.
copy
Okay,
made,
okay.
okay?
Yeah, I took a picture, but
We will get a copy made, but first I need to open this, and then the clerk can run out with a request for a copy.
thank you.
I'm going to now move directly into opening the public hearing on HB 545 FN. I recognize the prime sponsor, Jack Flanagan. Representative Flanagan, my mistake, mea culpa. He can sit next to you. We'll actually consider you both testifying at the same time, if that's fine, and that'll save us some time. Although I'm running behind by an hour, I do strive for efficiency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, should we give it a minute here? Or? There you go. For the record, my name is Jack Flanagan. I represent Hillsborough 45, which is a flotorial of 4 towns, Hollis, Brookline, Mason, and Greenville. 4 towns that are border towns, I suppose, with the state of Massachusetts. I introduced this piece of legislation after meeting Mr. Zilfelder here next to me, who has asked, I've asked him to be part of this because I've known him for 30 years from other activities, but he's the one that sort of got me into this CERVID issue, basically CWD. Mr. Zilfelder is very knowledgeable about it. He, as some people might have habits of or interests of, photography or fishing or whatever. I won't talk about the previous bill. But his interest is deer and other cervids. But when he told me about CWD and the impact on the animal's health and potentially human health, I thought, well, how do we make sure this doesn't happen? And he says, well, New Hampshire's been pretty good, but also other states are not so good as far as CWD. And I think he has some information as it relates to the frequency of it. But then it was, well, I knew people that would go hunting in other states and bring the deer back. And I said, well, how do we make sure that they don't bring back CWD? Because in talking to Mr. Zilfelder, it can be spread from the stool of the animal, or if it was a tick, the tick could spread the disease too. So he's got more detail in it, but the reality is we've got to make sure that if we bring the harvested animal into the state, that we're not bringing the disease in with it. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any questions you may have of me, but like I said, the technical part, that's why I brought him along.
Hand it right over.
And I'm not an expert by any means. I do have an interest in deer. I probably was a little bit foolish, and about 5 years ago, I set some alerts, and every single article published on PubMed and Google Scholar on CWD is sent to me just because of my interest in things. Right now, there's currently 36 states that acknowledge CWD.
How many copies do we have?
There's like 6 there, but I can provide anything.
We can provide a link, Mr. Chairman.
One thing I just wanted to talk about quickly is like cancer and pregnancy. You can either have cancer or you don't. You are either pregnant or you aren't. Cancer untreated, the disease progresses. And of course, if you let a pregnancy continue, it goes to termination. I bring that up because the same for CWD. Like DNA testing, testing for CWD has got a lot better in recent years. There are things that we do now that I believe in, removing the head before you bring a cervid in from other states because of the prevalency of the infected prions in the brain. But we know that is most common later stages. Even though wildlife agencies try to pin the blame on captive herds, there are far more confirmations in hunter, harvested, or road-killed cervids. And again, I want to make sure that it's known that I'm not anti-fishing game. I'm not hunting. I don't have a horse in this race. A bunch of my friends hunt. I understand the sport and the passion and don't want to interfere with that. He just asked me to speak on some facts. So anyway, far more confirmations in hunter harvested or road killed cervids than captive farms. The current New Hampshire Fish and Game doesn't matter.
I told him to make 20, but I don't think he did.
I didn't. So the current Fish and Game published CW information lacks detail. It does not acknowledge that prions are misfolded proteins and are detectable in all tissues tested, including muscle.
Before, so I remember having, Mr. Chairman, a conversation when you thought that CWD was only in the brain as far as testing. All the research is now showing that it's a blood-related illness.
Gotcha.
Not only is it in all the tissues of the infected cervix, but you can pull a tick from an infected cervix and find the infectious prions.
We'll alternate back and forth. Got a flu and stuff.
Just so the
My-
committee knows, all these copies are going to the clerk and she'll make copies for everybody.
In my real work, I've worked at very high-end professional motorcycle racing all over the world. And I've come to understand in certain areas you work with the absolute leaders in those areas. And in my interest on this, I'm also communicating with researchers all over the world on this disease. This is an example of one. In communicating with him, I had a question. I asked about could CWD be detected in myoglobin? Myoglobin, when we cook a steak, most people think the red juice is blood, but that's a myoglobin. I said, if not, same question for any of the parts that would be harvested in hunting activities. His response was, I'm not sure if anybody has examined myoglobin products for the presence of CWD. We know that not only muscles, but also basically all examined tissues, bodily fluids, blood, cerebral spinal fluid, saliva, and excretions, urine and feces from CWD affected cervids carry the infected prions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, he was motivated to bring the meat along, but I think he's trying to stress.
My point is this infectious prion, it's a misfolded protein. We all understand what protein is.
Okay.
I believe there needs to be regulation around CWD. Currently, you can't import a live, non-native cervid screened for CWD, yet naive people to CWD can go hunt and potentially bring infected tissues without any regulation. Does anybody here know how long a cervid can go without showing any signs of infection?
I can't.
It does. And the larger animals can go 5 years now without any indication. Okay. The point of that is, what do a lot of people want to go out of state and hunt? So again, my discussions with Fish and Game have been about protecting the herd. This prion is extremely infectious. You cannot incinerate it. 1600 degrees won't kill it. Not everybody likes the taste of cervids. I have an employee that's an avid hunter. He went to the Midwest, shot a cervid that had a very, very high diet of sage, and as passionate as he is about hunting, he couldn't stand the taste of it. When you throw that away, where's it going? What's it doing? Potentially, we're spreading. There's tests being done right now on articles, clothing, knives, boots, all kinds of stuff. You can prove how it moves. So just one last quick thing. Pennsylvania is not the worst state when it comes to CWD confirmations, but it happens to be close, and they do have a real problem down there. They also have a very good website with data, and you can clearly, this is real time. I printed it before I left my office this morning. You can clearly see the hunter harvested detections are far greater. The roadkill detections are far greater than anything in a captive facility.
Another thing, Mr. Chairman, too, if I can just interrupt Mr. Zilfelder, is that he had provided me a list, I assume it was a current list of states that had active CWD animals that they stopped. Remember that you listed Colorado had some, or Pennsylvania, but it was, where was that? CWD.org?
Well, cwdinfo.org.
Okay.
Which it's a very good website. It's known as the website, but there's no detail. There's no real information. But if you go there, you will see how prevalent the confirmations are all over the
For the
place.
harvested meat, right?
Primarily.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not an expert. I'm just a person that's had a real interest in this. But because of all the information that I've received, some of the information that I've had, honestly, CDC changed some information on their website because of some things. And Louisiana, a couple of years back, when they had their first confirmation, they tried to pin it on captive herds, and it wasn't the case. It was hunter harvested, and they had to correct the information.
Untested, too, right?
What's that?
The animals were untested, the herded animals.
No, it was a hunter harvested animal that tested positive the first time around.
Please try to direct your
but
questions and comments to the chair and the committee, not between yourselves.
The point is,
Thank you.
it was trying to be deflected in another area.
Thank you. Do you have more, or would you be open for questions
I don't.
now?
I'm open for questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
So in reading the bill, Mr. Bergeron from Fish and Game last week testified they do know what states have CWD. Doesn't surprise me, Pennsylvania, because of its large deer population. But my question is, if you take meat outside of the state, you need to have it tested for CWD prior to bringing the meat into New Hampshire. How would that work? I don't know how. Where would you take this to have it processed?
For me, that's an excellent question. I think Fish and Game should be the driving force behind that. My point is to show you that the information available now is very different than what it was. It's no different than DNA testing. You all know how that has evolved over the years. I think with up-to-date information, you should make informed decisions, and that is a big one. But if you are really concerned about protecting the herd, this needs to be looked at and addressed.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
So I might have to ask this of Fish and Game and not you, but I'll start here. Does Fish and Game have a procedure for processing meat?
Fish and Game does. There's debate currently on the test currently being used versus some newer tests. You need to understand, and why I brought the ground beef is CWD, to me, when I first started looking at it, was this overwhelming subject, very, very complicated. And as I started talking to people and reading more and more, I started thinking more about prion disease in general. Most people in this room are going to remember the late 80s and early 90s, the mad cow disease that happened in Europe. That was prion disease in cattle. It happens in cats. It honestly can happen in camel now. It's chronic wasting disease in cervids. It's scrapey in goats and sheep. And in humans, it's known as Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, and there's several variants of that at this point. Honestly, like there's one person that died of prion disease in New Hampshire last year. 2 years ago, it was 2. 3 years ago, it was 3. One of the things I'd like to urge this group is whenever there's a discussion, a debate, or a rulemaking process around prion disease, you really need to bring some experts in. New Hampshire was involved in a very big lawsuit in 2013 because a person was misdiagnosed here. And again, it's extremely infectious, and it was brain surgery. And then they used the equipment on other people, not knowing it had been Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. So,
Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What are we looking at as far as the cost for a test and the time for it?
Again, like I would defer to Fish and Game. Last I knew, and I believe Fish and Game was using a lab in Pennsylvania for their tests here, it was around $50 for the type of tests they were doing. What I don't understand is there's an awful lot of states that provide CWD testing for free. Whether that's federal money, I don't know. Again, that's not my area, but I would look into those things. And honestly, maybe it needs to be on the states where the CWD is known to be prevalent.
Mr. Chairman,
follow
if I could go back to the other representative's question as far as the testing was concerned, and we'll get back, please don't, because I wanted to share too, is rulemaking would allow the Fish and Game to decide as it relates to how it's tested, who does the testing, and at some point in time, the costs. My goal, though, and Fish and Game might like it, is I'd rather have the hunter stay in state than go to another state. So if it does cost a little bit more to get the meat tested, more reason to stay in New Hampshire and get a license to hunt in New Hampshire. That was one thing that I was thinking about when I introduced the bill, and I hope that answered your question. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So you had said that there were accounts of people having the prions. So are you telling me that the CWD has made the crossover from
No.
the cervid to?
No, I'm saying prion diseases exist in several different species. We all know that BSE in cattle, the prion disease in cattle, is zoonotic. That's why it created.
I'm sorry, is what?
Zoonotic.
What does that mean?
When it goes from one species to another. I believe human. Somebody may be able to correct me on that. That's a big subject. This is a lightning rod, and my intent is to not stir that pot. He asked me for some detail. Okay. Without question, there are tests, non-human tests, that confirm CWD can cross species. Now, they haven't done that in a human yet, but I will tell you that funding doesn't exist for those tests.
Last follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to get this straight. So there are no reported cases of hunters or anybody who have eaten cervid meat coming down with.
There are plenty of cases where.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Watch.
There are plenty of cases that are suspect. There was actually a girl in Maine in 1997 that there's a CDC scientist, Dr. Belay, that researched that one. There's several other cases where There have been groups in feasts, like hunter harvested feasts, you know, a group of 10 people, and all of a sudden 2 of them die from a variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob. Variant is different than the sporadic form of Creutzfeldt-Jakob. That again is a lightning rod. I don't want to get into that. There's a lot to protect there. That's not why I'm here. I don't want to be in the middle of that discussion or that debate.
Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, thank you for taking my questions. I'm looking at your bill. I cannot find anywhere it says deer. It says meat. Oh, okay. So my question is, if we, have to test all this meat comes into the New Hampshire, the department needs a lot of resources. It needs extra manpower and all these things.
The question came up with OLS. It was, how do we enforce it? Because someone goes to Pennsylvania or another state that's known CWD. How do we enforce it? But the funny thing about hunters, and I think I heard it in the previous bill, is they like to talk about what they shot. So then the question becomes is, amongst the neighbors or other shooters, did they get it tested? And if they didn't, then it will eventually get to Colonel Gordon or Colonel Gordon's crew over there. And it'll eventually sort of work its way through. So I think the issue then becomes is how to enforce it, is I think it'll be self-enforcing. After a while, people will know that if you hunt outside of the state of New Hampshire and you bring the cervid in, that has to be tested.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives.
Chair calls Dan Bergeron, New Hampshire Fish and Game. No problem. Thank you. I was dying, and I'm like, I can't go back there again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dan Bergeron, I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division for New Hampshire Fish and Game. I'm here for the department and the commission in opposition to this bill. One point of clarification, so the department actually already does post a list of CWD positive jurisdictions on our website. We've been doing that for a number of years. It's also in our digest with a reference to make sure you check the website because, again, these positive states unfortunately pop up fairly regularly. So we're constantly updating that list as we get word. The department feels this is unnecessarily restrictive. So we do have restrictions in regards to what hunters are allowed to bring back into the state when they harvest a cervid. So a cervid is any member of the deer family. So that's white-tailed deer, moose, mule deer. So obviously New Hampshire, it's white-tailed deer and moose, but people go to other states, they hunt mule deer, they hunt elk, and most of these animals are susceptible to getting CWD. Our current restrictions, what you are allowed to bring back in, so the way we restrict it is if a hunter goes to a CWD positive state, which they can identify by going to our website, they're allowed to bring back in deboned meat, antlers attached to skull caps with all the soft tissue removed, upper canine teeth with all the soft tissue removed, hides or capes with no parts of the head attached, finished taxidermy mounts, and then tissues prepared and packaged for use by diagnostic research laboratories. We allow these in because we consider these low-risk tissues. As was stated before, as testing methods have evolved over time and become more sensitive, there's ways to amplify the samples. Prions are basically everywhere. They find them in virtually every tissue that they've looked in. They've, as was referenced, they found them in ticks. They also find that certain plants will take them up in their roots. The big question is, what is the risk associated with these prions, and what are the different prion levels? It's not completely well known what is in, quote unquote, infective dose of prions, if you will. But most states consider meat as low risk. So currently, our Deer Project leader went through and checked all the regulations in all 50 states. Currently, there are no states that restrict the importation of meat or require testing of meat. New Hampshire's import restrictions are actually a bit more restrictive than many other states. Other states allow quartered deer to come back in. Some states have no restriction. You can bring anything back in, even if it's a CWD positive state. There's only a handful of those at this point, but our current restrictions are actually more restrictive than many other states. Again, our restrictions are more focused on these, what we consider high-risk tissues, so things like nervous system tissues, brains, lymph nodes, spleen. There's been research that has shown, there was one study that showed the prion levels in muscle tissue was 2,000 to 10,000 times less than what they find in brain tissue. So the current belief, although it is concerning that we are detecting prions in all these tissues, the current knowledge is that these are still low-risk tissues and likely not a big risk for transmission of the disease. Another difference with allowing hunters to bring back particularly deboned meat, the assumption is that individual is going to consume that, right? So you're already somewhat contained. That meat comes back and it gets consumed, or in the event someone doesn't like it, it doesn't taste good, it goes bad. Hopefully, and maybe this is something we should do more education on, but hopefully that individual would dispose of that in the garbage. That goes to a landfill, which is actually an approved method for disposing of known CWD positive tissues. A lot of states will landfill, they'll typically landfill or incinerate to dispose of positive tissues. In terms of availability of testing, so again, there's constant research going on better ways to detect prions. As these things develop, that's good. They're looking at live animal tests, which is positive. Currently, none of these other newer forms of testing have federal standards. So we do, on an annual basis, we do CWD surveillance in the state. So our biologists will collect the heads of hunter-harvested deer from within New Hampshire, from butchers. We remove lymph nodes and we send those to a lab for testing. If any of those samples were to come back positive, they then rerun a sample to confirm that in fact there was a positive, and these tests are all certified through USDA. So one of the issues is, there's really no certified tests for meat at this time. There's not a lot of, our biologist was able to locate one facility that did offer testing of meat, but again, there's no federal standards for that. There's no way to, get confirmation of what those results are. We don't know what wait times would be, so you could run into instances where, a hunter goes to another state, he goes to have his meat tested, does that meat stay in a freezer for weeks or months until they find out the results, and then they have to go back to the state to retrieve the meat. So these are all questions we have of how this would function. Testing is pretty expensive, particularly if you were going to consider doing it at that level and that scale. So we certainly have some concerns about how that might function, where hunters might get the tests, the fact that there are no federal standards for the tests, who's going to pay for this, all for a tissue that currently is considered low risk for transmission. The Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which New Hampshire Fish and Game is a part of, they have a document. it's a best management practice document for CWD. They still consider live animal movement the greatest risk for CWD. So it was referenced that there's other states and there's substantially more CWD positive animals found in wild animals. And that's true, but the reason for that is there are substantially more wild animals on the landscape. There's been many documented cases, and they can do this because captive facilities have to keep records of movement. They can do trace back from the herd of origin. They can track how this disease has moved around from these captive animals. So it's been very well documented that captive animals are the greatest risk for the spread of this disease. And it would make sense, right? Because these animals have all the body tissues, they're alive, they're continually shedding these proteins into the environment, there's escapes. These proteins are, as was referenced, they're very stable, they can last in the environment for years. And it does take a while for them to show themselves. So one good example, so New York State in 2005, it detected its first CWD positive animal in a captive facility. And then in wild deer, they spent over $1 million to do advanced culling and surveillance. They were at the time believed to be the only state to effectively get rid of CWD, as it were. And just this past year, they found another positive in a captive facility. The closest that this has been detected to New Hampshire was in Quebec, again in a captive facility of, I think it was red deer. Quebec spent millions of dollars to bring in a company to cull wild deer around the captive facility. Fortunately, they did not find any CWD in any of the wild deer, which is a big concern to us. I believe that facility was only about 100 miles from New Hampshire. But again, it highlights the risk of captive animals. USDA does have a certification program for herds where a captive cervid grower would enroll in this program. There's different steps that they take to reduce the risk. And they have to be enrolled in this program for 5 years to become certified as low risk. However, there are problems with this method. And just to highlight, so we looked in, there's a U.S. Animal Health Association Committee on Farm Cervidae. So in 2021, there were 35 new positive farm cervid herds. Of those, 4 of the herds were enrolled in the certification program, and 8 were actually considered certified, which means all their animals had not had any detectable cases of CWD within a 5-year period. So you can see how concerning this is, and the lack of the ability for this program to keep CWD out of a state when, captive herds that have been enrolled in programs and doing testing and not finding positives suddenly become positive. So that's, those are our concerns. So we have importation restrictions on CWD susceptible cervids. There's virtually only one cervid species that you regularly deal with, which is fallow deer. That there has been some experimental infection, but it was the prions were essentially injected directly into the brainstem, and even then it was difficult to infect them. So that's a species that is considered really not susceptible to CWD. We do allow those to be imported. So again, we try and look at what the current science is. It's constantly evolving. We do need to evolve with that. But again, right now we feel that requiring hunters to test their meat is somewhat unnecessary, given that it's still considered meat as a low risk for spreading the disease.
Thank
With
you.
that, I'll take questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Harvey?
So I hear you say low risk. How do you determine when something is low, medium, or high risk? I mean, when do we get in the spectrum of things? When does it go from low? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's largely based off of research, and there's been again, there's no good answer to what an effective dose of prions are. So unfortunately, there's no like, if you have this number of prions in a tissue, that will infect an animal. So there's not a great answer for that other than the levels are so low in these other tissues, and the research to date has not suggested that this is a transmission for, or this is a route for transmission into animals.
Any other questions? Representative Stone.
How are you going to prevent people from either state coming in the state with meat from another state or a country? How are you going to prevent that and regulate it? And what is it going to cost?
Yeah, so it's not easy, right? Because someone could easily drive through and go to their home and put their meat in their freezer, and we'll be none the wiser. That's currently the case, though, with our current restrictions, and we do periodically find people that have brought some of these higher risk tissues into the state. Sometimes it's by accident, or not by accident, but they weren't aware of what the regulations were, and our law enforcement will work with those. In those instances, we'll confiscate those parts and we'll have them incinerated or brought to a landfill. But yeah, it's an issue. Sometimes, you hear from someone else that they know of someone that brought something in. Sometimes someone realizes that they did something they weren't supposed to, and they contact us directly to say, "Oh, I wasn't aware of this," and they self-report. But it's a good question. We can't have conservation officers at the borders checking trucks for serving meat from other states.
So it's going to be pretty much impossible.
Follow up.
Basically, you know what I mean, to try to regulate this. Because people just going to eat, because you can't stop every covered tire and truck that comes in the state.
It would be difficult.
Very well.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers on this bill, I will close the hearing on HB 545 FN. And I am opening the hearing on HB 202. And the chair recognizes Representative Harvey, prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for giving me this opportunity to present House Bill 202. I'm so lucky that I got to be the last bill after a very long day. Maybe you'll remember me. I represent Cheshire 6, which is Chesterfield, Hinsdale, and Westmoreland. I've been on the Fish and Game Committee for 9 years now, and as a member of the Fish and Game Committee, I have attended many Fish and Game Commission meetings. In fact, in the 9 years that I've been there, I can tell you with great certainty that myself, Representative Jacobs, and Representative Bob LaRue are pretty much the only ones that attend those meetings. The commission, if you're not sure because you're new how it's set up, the commission has 11 members, one from each region of the state, and the 11th is from the seacoast. Underneath them is the director of Fish and Game. In other words, 11 commissioners oversee the director of the department. I don't know of any other organization that is set up this way. There's always one person at the top, one director, one CEO, one Speaker of the House, one chairman of our committee, one superintendent of schools, etc. And all others work in consultation and in advisory position to that head of the department. Not 11 people at the department. I can't imagine how that would work. In the years that I've been attending Fish and Game Commission meetings, I've noticed that this setup has some inefficiencies in it, and that's what prompted me to submit this bill. I think it's kind of important that we understand what this bill is not, as well as what this bill is. First of all, this is not a partisan bill. I did receive an email that said commissioners serve as a check and balance to a politically appointed director who is appointed by the governor. But that isn't really a balance, because that is exactly how the commissioners are appointed as well. They are nominated by sportsmen's clubs, they are appointed by the governor, and they're approved by the executive committee, the same way that the director is done. And that was explained to us last week when Commissioner Kavanaugh talked about his interview process with the executive committee. Second of all, this bill does not suggest any change to the commission. It doesn't make any recommendation of hunter versus non-consumptive users. It doesn't make any change in the makeup of the commission at all. It's the same commission. The commission still would be required to adhere to the North American model of wildlife conservation, which we've heard talked about today. And the commission would still be absolutely invaluable to the director in offering guidance and advisement and guidance to the director of the department. This is a bill that would provide some efficiency to the department by setting the director as head of the department and the commissioners as advisors and consultants. As I've attended these meetings over the 9 years, I've seen several missed opportunities that really would have benefited our sportsmen a great deal. The commissioners meet once a month for usually about 2 hours, and they need to come to some sort of majority agreement before an action can take place. That can be sometimes a very slow process. And in 2 areas, it is a critically slow process that have provided missed opportunities for our sportsmen. The first is the acquisition of land and water access. In the acquisition of land and water access, a possible acquisition is brought before the commission, before the 11 boards, and it's discussed. Invariably, there's questions that are asked, and there should be questions because sometimes there's an expensive price tag with that purchase. And then because there's questions, the action is tabled to another month when there might be more questions, and then it's tabled to another month when there might be more questions, and so forth. The director does not have the power to enter into even a provisional agreement with the person who is offering the land. In 2023, I watched 500 acres of conservation land be tabled for so long that the land was eventually donated or sold to another agency. And this is land that our hunters and our anglers and our trappers could have been using for 3 years, but it was a missed opportunity because the committee, by definition, has to work slowly. I've also watched opportunities for water access be lost for the same reasons. In 2012, acreage on Alton Bay was lost. The director had no power to move forward with that, and so the commission's without the commission's approval. That was 14 years ago that our boaters and our swimmers and so forth could have been using that land. No new beach has been purchased for 44 years by Fish and Game. And this has reached such a crisis point that some towns, like my own, I live in Chesterfield, like my own, have shut access off to anybody except those that live in the town. There's no room for additional moorings at many of our lakes. This is a problem that we need to, if the opportunity comes, we need to be able to be more agile and to move more efficiently to gather that, to take in that land acquisition and water access. Funding, as we've heard today, is another very deep concern. The director right now has no power to set fees except in consultation with the commission. At the last commission meeting, just last month, there was a question about the RSA because it states that the fees can be set by the director with consultation with the commissioners. And the commissioners defined it that last month as approval of the commissioners. I personally think consultation and approval are two different words, but because of that definition that was set just last month, the director has no authority to set fees. There was discussion about $1 charge for a boat decal, and the director was not able to move forward with that charge. And this is at a time when funding for Fish and Game is very crucial. We'll be hearing some bills later on the floor about taking money from general funds for retirement and so forth. So RSA 6:10 actually gives the director the authority to set fines in consultation, not necessarily with approval of the commission. And I believe if we lived up to that RSA, funding crisis could be averted in a much quicker manner. She would have the authority to manage and balance her own budget. So last week, we also learned that RSA 4-A sets the duties of the Fish and Game Commissioners. They are to be stewards of the fish and wildlife and marine resources of our state through conservation, through long-range planning, through acquisition of public access to land and waters, through public education, and through proposing legislation. All this bill does is simply allow the Fish and Game to fulfill its duty and its mission statement, which we also heard last week, in a much more efficient and agile way with the consultation of the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that you stated that the commission can't move fast enough to make, for example, land acquisitions.
There have been times that they have not they have had questions, and the motion had to be tabled until the questions could be answered, which went on for at least 3 months in the one that I actually watched, and the family gave the lands to a different agency.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Doesn't the commission have flexibility via the chair to meet more often if they determine the necessity to meet to discuss these important matters?
Yes, and that would be great, but in my 9 years, I've never seen that done.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr.
The chair calls Weldon Bosworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Weldon Bosworth from Guilford. I did submit testimony earlier. I just want to emphasize a few points here. It won't take much of your time. The change proposed in this bill, I think, will bring the Fish and Game Commission and Department into line with the best practices followed by almost all New Hampshire agencies and departments, and certainly with private corporations, where leadership is streamlined for both efficiency and accountability. Now, when the current structure of Fish and Game was first developed back in 90 years ago in 1935, the geographic representation was certainly a practical necessity, since with limited communication tools, with commissioners from each county ensured representation throughout the state. However, now in 2025, with high-speed communications, virtual meetings, and online data readily available, the structure is no longer necessary. In fact, it actively hinders efficiency. In my experience, and I've been a CEO of a medium-sized company and also a chair of a couple of organizations, volunteer organizations, decision-making by committee, while well-intended, introduces delays, dilutes accountability, and creates unnecessary bureaucratic roadblocks. So like things going around here, both locally and in government, maybe the time for disruption is here. The idea that increases efficiency was well addressed by Representative Harvey. It takes away the time that's spent on scheduling meetings, debating, and securing consensus with multiple individuals. It basically creates a clear accountability, which is very timely right now with the budget shortfall that's been almost perennial. Who is accountable for that shortfall? Wouldn't it be nice to point to one person instead of this diffuse organization, this committee? It also prioritizes ability and expertise over politics. Commissioners are politically appointed. An executive director is competitively selected through interviews and the whole process of finding the right person. So I think now is the time for New Hampshire to modernize its approach on the Fish and Game Department. And I will take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair calls Eric Stoll from the Fish and Game Commission.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of this wonderful committee. My name's Eric Stoll. I live in the huge metropolis of Columbia, New Hampshire, and everybody says, where the heck is that? And I say, well, you know where Colebrook is? Yeah, we're just south of there. I moved south from Pittsburgh because I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, but I moved south to warmer climates. I rise in opposition to House Bill 202. I am a Fish and Game Commissioner representing Coos County. I'm a retired conservation officer with a little over 40 years' experience, retiring at the rank of lieutenant. The Fish and Game Commission was established in 1869 with a duty as the citizens' representatives, just like you folks are, to be stewards of the fish, wildlife, and marine resources of the state of New Hampshire. In addition to other duties provided by law, the commission was to set general policy in the following areas. 1, conservation, protection, and management of wildlife populations and habitats, the collection of necessary scientific information, and the enforcement of fish and game laws for the purpose of sustaining healthy population of fish, wildlife, and marine resources. 2, development and funding and implementation of a long-range strategic plan to direct the operation of the Fish and Game Department. Matter of fact, just last evening, we finished the latest long-range strategic plan. 3, acquisition, development, and maintenance of public access to lands and waters for recreational use consistent with New Hampshire law. 4, public education and building support for department programs and objectives. 5, establishment of positions on proposed legislation that affects fish, wildlife, marine resources, and the overall management of the Fish and Game Department. And 6, upon petition and within 45 days of an appeal request, hear appeals of decisions made by the executive director to deny a permit requested under RSA 207-14, which deals with importation and possession and selling of wildlife without a permit. And the majority vote of the quorum of the commissioners reversed such decision by written ruling issued within 14 days of the hearing. The Fish and Game Department was established in 1935. RSA 206-1 states, there shall be an agency of the state to be known hereafter as the Fish and Game Department, under a commission to be known as the Fish and Game Commission. Commissioner Hodgson of Merrimack County and myself are the longest serving commissioners on the present commission. We were both confirmed in 2017. This is the 3rd or 4th time that I've seen a similar bill since I've been on the commission, which is just short of 8 years. This bill seeks to change many RSAs that have been in practice for several years. The process that is in use today and has been for many years is working just fine. 1869, the commission was created. 1935, the Fish and Game Department was created under a commission. When I first joined the commission in 2017, I remember one of my first commission meetings the commission sets it up in front on a table. I looked down the table, the commissioner, where the commissioners were sitting, and I noticed 2 commissioners sound asleep. How embarrassing. I said to myself, what am I getting into? I assure you that that is not the case of the commission today. It appears to me the sponsors feel that the Fish and Game commissioners that are serving today are not the best. During my tenure on the commission, I have witnessed a major change in the caliber of commissioners. The education of commissioners in recent times is amazing. The education degrees that consist of forestry, wildlife management, international affairs, geology, hydrology, accounting, business management, civil engineering, criminal justice, microbiology. We have 2 saltwater commercial fishermen on the commission as well. We police our own. There is an RSA that states no member of the Fish and Game Commission may be engaged or involved in any personnel matters of the department, including the hiring, disciplining, firing, promoting, evaluating, transferring, and any other matters associated with the certified employees of the department. It goes on to say that if a complaint is made against a commissioner, there shall be a hearing. We recently just had one such hearing. I think I told you this last week when I was in front of you, with the assistance of the Attorney General's office. It was determined that the commissioner did in fact violate the law. We recommended to the Governing Council, which is the process, that the commissioner be removed. Prior to that, the commissioner did resign. During our commission meeting, we set aside time in the agenda to the hearing of the public. Some of the time we are hearing from individuals that disagree with the work that our professional biologists like Dan, oh, I guess Dan left, disagree with some of the work of our professional biologists. Some disagree with some of the positions the commission has taken on these issues. Most compliment the commission and the department for doing their job as well as they do. This year we had 109 LSRs, and you all know that's what it is before they get the body of the language that we were tracking. What we do is we meet with the staff, we go over each individual one. When the language comes out, we develop, well, we're going to support it, we're going to, and the commission 9 times out of 10, this year's been 10 times out of 10, we totally agree with what the staff says on recommendations on the bills. Some of the individuals that speak and write to us, I honestly believe are preservationists, not conservationists. They do not believe in killing anything. One of the best, or sometimes the only tool you have is harvesting the excess of a particular wildlife. If this isn't done, the habitat will be damaged and Mother Nature will cull out the excess and it won't be pretty. Again, I am opposed to House Bill 202 and I thank you for your time and I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. Chair calls Ray Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The commission, my name is Ray Green. I'm from Milford. I am also the Fish and Game Commissioner for Hillsborough County, which is the largest county in the state of New Hampshire. I am also chairman of the Fish and Game Commission. I strongly oppose this bill. I'm not going to get into all the statistics like Commissioner Stoll did, but I want to bring out a few points. This bill is to take away all the authorities of the commission. It is to make the commission advisory only. And that's it, advisory only. We've heard the history of the commission. We've heard what the commission does, and now what this bill wants to do, Mr. Bodsworth used the word that I'm going to say, he hit it the nail on the head, destruct. He wants to destruct the Fish and Game Commission, which will also affect the Fish and Game Department. If this Fish and Game Commission goes to advisory only, it's like in a past bill that I had said, you're leaving it up to one person, the director, that will be in charge of everything to do with fish and game and the wildlife in the state of New Hampshire. And to put it into a little bit more into something we can all understand. Everybody in this room that is a representative, I'm sure you became a representative. You wanted to make things better. You wanted to make an impact. And that's why you ran as a representative. My question is, would you be a representative if you're only advisory? In other words, advisory means I'll give you my opinion, but you don't have to listen to it. Commissioners are the same way. I can honestly sit here and say if this commission went advisory, I'll be the first one to walk over to that governor's office and resign. I find it hard every day when I get up. Why am I even being a commissioner? For the amount of time, the involvement, the heartache, the stress that goes into it, and you want to take away and make us just advisory. We have a hard time finding commissioners because a lot of commissioners, people out in the public are starting to realize how much work a commissioner gets involved in, how much work and dedication it takes to be a commissioner. If you turn around and make this advisory only, I don't know anybody that would want to do it. And by not having the commission, you're not going to have your voices heard. You right now can go to your county commissioner with any type of problem, suggestions, ideas, or whatever. You can go to that commissioner, and that commissioner should be bringing it along to the full commission and to Fish and Game. You will lose that right as a person in this state that you now don't have an avenue directly to Fish and Game. I know Representative Reed has sit there and talked about land, that sometimes land has taken up a lot of time. Yes, it has. Because sometimes land has been presented to us. We don't even know if there's a clear title to it. We don't know if there's hazardous materials on it. There are people that are willing to donate their land so they get out of a hazardous material situation. Yes, the commission takes their time on some pieces of land to make sure that the state is not getting a hazardous material site or something that's going to bite us down the road. We cannot keep everybody happy. People will come in and say, the commission never listens to us. I talk to everybody. The people that complain about the commission are the ones that don't get their way. The ones that come in and say, I want trapping outlawed. We don't outlaw it. No, the commission doesn't listen. They don't listen to us. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of how the commission with Fish and Game works, because you dealt with this last week. It was a poaching bill. And I hate to throw a past director under the bus, but I want you to understand how this commission works. 2 years ago, we brought up about poaching, that something had to be done. All we did was give the idea, Fish and Game, do something about this. A year went by, nothing was done. And if you look on that bill, it'll say that bill was started by the commission, because the commission had said, Fish and Game, you didn't do anything about it. We are. and we started the bill. And that's the bill you received last week. And if you want to make this commission, like I say, advisory only, I know you wouldn't be a rep if you were advisory only. Good luck in finding commissioners. And I'm open to any questions. I'm very hot about this subject.
Mr. Chair, I know I can't ask a question, and that's okay, but he mistakenly attributed the bill to Representative Reed. I want to make sure that everybody's clear that it's Representative
Clarified,
Harvey's
thank
bill.
you.
Yes.
Representative Ouellette.
We heard testimony a little while ago saying it's very difficult to run a company by a board, by a commission. And I kind of picture it as that the director runs the day-to-day, but the commissioner is like the board of directors who oversees, sets policy and runs it. Is that a correct?
That is 100% correct. The director does the day-to-day operation. The Fish and Game Commission is the overall operation of Fish and Game.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. I will
Thank
tell the
you,
committee
Mr.
that I've been told by leadership we have a hard stop at 5. We can't go past then. I now call Randy Ouellette from the New Hampshire Guides Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Ouellette from Tamworth, New Hampshire. I'm a licensed New Hampshire guide, a guide outfitter for White Mountains National Forest. We are opposed to this bill wholeheartedly. There's not a lot I can actually add beyond our two commissioners, what they said, so I'm just going to read a quick snippet from our prepared testimony just to share with you to reinforce that, if that's okay. We feel that eliminating this system of citizen commissioners working in tandem with our executive director to better serve the needs of our respective constituents and ensure the sustainability and accessibility of our natural resources would be very ill-advised. Our commissioners advocate for their specific county's needs to New Hampshire Fish and Game. With the Commission's current authority, they can ensure those needs are being met real time. The commissioners thoughtfully and ethically represent the diverse interests of their constituents. The needs and concerns of these areas can differ greatly from one end of the state to the other. New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission brings years of collective institutional knowledge, in addition to providing a real-time input as to where New Hampshire's outdoor community stands in critical issues within their specific county and the state in general. We believe the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission's consent is needed now more than ever for decisions related to long-term planning and preservation of our state's resources. I'd like to close with a quick back to high school history lesson. It just kind of struck me. A good friend of mine is also a guide out in Montana. I thought this is worth sharing. Power must never be trusted without a check. And I wholeheartedly agree. As a small business owner, you have to have an executive director and a board of directors. They work in concert, not one above another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair calls the last speaker, Kyle Baker.
Thank you for the last time today. I'm Kyle Baker, Rathiong and Pignatelli here on behalf of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. I'm handing out 2 pieces of testimony just from 2 folks that weren't able to make it this afternoon. One is from Fred Bird and the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, and another one is from a son of one of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation's board members who's a student studying wildlife conservation who wanted to be here today but is at school. So also submitted some comments. So the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is opposed to this bill. We see the commission as an incredibly integral part of the conservation process in New Hampshire. Commissioners are those that are in the communities engaging day to day with the folks on the ground that are, whether you're hunting, fishing, trapping, or just enjoying the outdoors, they are your first point of contact into the department. We also have a lot of, we support a rigorous process when it comes to spending funds that are gathered through user fees at the department. When it takes a while for the Fish and Game Commission, a number of months, to move on a piece of land, they're doing that because they're spending money that was directly collected from user fees in New Hampshire. Whether it's Pittman Robertson dollars or Dingle Johnson dollars or habitat fees or conservation fees, they're doing their due diligence in spending the money like it's their own, which New Hampshire sportsmen greatly appreciate. Everything else that I wanted to say has already been said, so I'll leave it at that, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. That closes the public hearing on HB 202.
Now we will move forward on the HB, it's a, excuse me, the amendment 2025-0063 to HB 655 FN relative fish and game violations. And this is a non-germane amendment that's going with it. And turn the floor over to Chairman Spillane.
Thank you. As you all know, we heard the bill that accompanies this, 655 FN, which is a housekeeping bill regarding restitution costs and penalties for poaching last week. But this amendment to that, to include in the housekeeping as one general housekeeping bill, was ruled non-germane, so it has to have its own public hearing. This bill's being introduced because we ran into a situation where we have a constituent who many years ago, many years ago, injured his shoulder and got a crossbow license for his hunting, permanently disabled. And medical science has progressed to the point where he was able to receive treatment, fixed his shoulder completely, and he was cleared to go back to hunting with his regular bow. But when he approached the department, the administrative staff at the department said that he could not have a regular bow hunting license, that he was stuck using a crossbow license forever and ever because in the law it said in perpetuity. And I talked to Colonel Jordan about this and I said, that's not how this is supposed to work. The permanent part was just supposed to mean he didn't have to come back every year and prove he was still disabled. But we always hope people get better. We always hope that they can go back to using their regular bow if they get better. And we both agreed on that, but the staff said there's nothing we can do. We can't issue him his regular hunting license for his bow anymore. So we now want to put this amendment through that will strike out the part that says the crossbow permit shall be perpetual. And that will allow the staff to allow somebody who gets better to go back to hunting with their regular bow and not be stuck with their crossbow license at all times. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
I think you're right. You know, that's what I want to say. I heard you, and I think you're right.
Thank you.
I think we should hold it and back up the back to Fish and Game Department with resources they need.
Any other questions for Chairman Spillane? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That should conclude our hearings for today. When the chairman returns, we'll see where he wants to go from here.
The hearing on the non-germane amendment is closed. We have multiple bills that we could do some quick execs on. We have about 25 minutes, and we've got to be out of here. I would like to do some execs and get them out of the way, if that's possible. We might even be able to get them all done. Yes, Representative Harvey.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. I just don't want us to get into, a heavy discussion about something and it gets to be 5 o'clock and we have to leave. I'd rather, us to be able to finish our discussion completely and not carry that forward and have to exec, later on. So I'd just be mindful maybe of, if it's a bill that seems to be requiring some argument or discussion or whatever, that it might not be the best to take up right now.
Understood. Why don't we take up initially the fact that I'm going to offer this amendment onto 655, and if we open up the exec session on 655, we could open with this non-germane amendment and put that right onto that.
Sorry.
Would that be okay with you?
That would be fine. I also had that simple amendment that changed the dollar amount too.
We can talk about that at the same time.
Okay.
I'm going to open the exec session on HB 655. I would take a motion on 655.
Move off the pass on 655.
Tudor moves ought to pass, and is that seconded?
Second.
Seconded from Mike Oulette. It's now open for amendment, and I offer amendment 2025-0063H, which we've just had our public hearing on. I think I've said everything that everybody needs to know about this amendment. I think it's the right thing to do, and so did Colonel Jordan. I would open any. I would actually like to move that we have we accept the amendment. And
You ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman?
believe I need a second. And Representative Durkin, you had said you would second that. Not is
Yeah,
that
I'll
not
second that.
correct? All right. So it's been moved and seconded. We can have discussion on this amendment now. If anybody wants to have any discussion on the amendment. If there's none, I'll just have the clerk call the roll, and we'll get that over with. Clerk may call the roll.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Murphy, Representative Aldrich,
Yes.
Representative Durkin,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Jacobs, yes. Representative O'Rourke,
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Stone.
Yes.
It's 14 yeses.
14-0. That makes it OTPA at the moment. The bill is open to further amendments if anybody wants to offer a further amendment.
I would like to offer an amendment 0299H, which simply changes the violation fee for Fisher, Bobcat, Otter, and Fox from $200 to $1,000. And I have, it was $500 in the original bill, but this raises it to $1,000. And I have copies of this amendment.
Pass them around, and do you have a second if you're moving that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Rep. Fox. It's open for discussion.
I can address that.
As soon as you
So I'm
hand
sorry.
those over, you
I'm
can feel
sorry.
free to discuss that.
So my reason for just changing that one line in the bill is very simple. Of all the animals and of all the wildlife that was listed in there, Fisher is one of is being decimated. We heard last week that UNH has actually started a study to see why we're losing our Fisher population. It could be because of rodenticides, we don't know, but they've started, UNH has a study going to see what has happened to our Fisher. Fox is the same way. You saw a graph this morning, the number of fox are going down. So if something happens to those particular animals, it is much more harmful and detrimental to our wildlife than if something happens to a squirrel or a turkey. And so I think that because those are so they're not on an endangered list, but because they're so critical, the fine for that should be more than it was originally. So I'm offering this amendment to raise that fine to $1,000 for
Any further discussion? Representative Tudor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I oppose this amendment. This bill is about restitution, and it should be about the cost of basically replacing the animal if you wanted to or had to, and to put a Fisher at the same level as a deer moose just doesn't seem right to me.
Any further discussion? Representative Stone.
I think she's right. I addressed this a week ago about $1,000, $2,000. You got to do something to make them think twice. If you don't do it, they're going to keep on doing it. I agree with $1,000. I would even go more if we could.
Any further discussion? Representative Oulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will disagree with Representative Harvey, just for the simple reason that our friends at Fish and Game set these limits on what the value was, and they were very, very clear last week that when they're talking about law enforcement, it's never punitive. It's all educational, and this is supposed to be a replacement cost of the animal.
Representative Harvey.
So I'm confused how we replace an animal. Once it's dead, it's dead. So, and because these two animals, Fisher and Fox, their populations are so down, it would be even harder then to replace those animals.
So I'll add on to that. Replacement cost of the animal is done the same way. Essentially, we repopulated our turkeys. In that instance, we didn't pay money, but we traded, what was it, Fishers for turkeys. And we repopulated our turkeys from 0 in the state by bringing in turkeys from another state and trading them some of our Fishers. But in some instances, the state will actually have to purchase those animals to repopulate a population, and that's what the cost is supposed to capture is the restitution to the state for the value of the animal that was killed in case the state needed to replace that animal. Am I correct, Colonel Jordan? Thank you. Are there any other comments? Yes, Representative Jacobs.
Thank you. I think we've heard a few times today that the Fisher population is in danger, so I feel like it makes sense to raise the fine, especially if we're looking at a dwindling population. I mean, yeah, I feel it's reasonable. Thank you.
I'll add on that it's not a fine, it's a restitution. It's supposed to capture the value of a Fisher. Colonel Jordan, do we have any actual figures on what it would cost us to buy a Fisher or a population of Fishers from another state?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I mean, if I had had time, I could have asked Brad to find that for us, and I'm sure that he could have found that within about a day. But
The only issue I can see it creating, if we go as high as a large mammal, it will cause some confusion with our judges. So we'd have to explain to the judges why we're getting $1,000 for a Fisher and I think it's $500 for a whitetail. That would create some discussion in the courtroom, which it makes me nervous whenever you open the door for a judge.
thank you.
But I understand Representative Harvey's concern.
It's a blurry line between fine and restitution, right? So, any other comments, questions? Seeing none. Do we have a
I do.
Okay, Representative DeVito.
I was toying with if I was going to say something. I feel like this really is blurring the line between emotion and facts of what the animal's life is worth. Who is to say that a squirrel or a red fox or something else, their life is worth more than a deer or vice versa? So if we're talking about a monetary value of an animal's life, then why isn't it the same number across the board? Why are we putting more on a Fisher? And I understand we're saying they're in danger, but that could happen with any animal. And so I in my mind, I can't wrap my mind around saying $1,000 for a Fisher, yet a fox is less than that, or any other animal.
Representative Harvey.
So if you're making a motion that we amend the bill so that all the animals are $1,000, I'm okay with that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor of ought to pass because the amendment was moved and seconded. That is the current motion, and we will call the roll on ought to pass and see what the roll comes through.
This is a roll call on the ought to pass for
the
amendment 0299H.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Vice Chairman,
No.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Mr. Tudor,
No.
Mr. Murphy,
Oh.
Mr. Aldrich, Mr. Durkin,
No.
clerk votes no. Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Mr. Fox,
Yes.
Mr. Lovett? Oh, hello. Miss Jacobs?
Yes.
Mr. O'Rourke?
No.
Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
That's 5 yeses and 10 noes.
And 5, the amendment failed. Sorry, the amendment fails. We're on OTP A on the original bill. And if there's no further discussion, we'll call the roll on the original bill, OTP A.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Tudor?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Aldrich?
Yes.
Representative Durkin?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Representative Harvey, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I apologize. Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Levitt? Oh, and again, I need to mark that. Representative Jacobs?
Yes.
Representative O'Rourke?
Yes.
Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Any objections? Any objections to consent? Seeing none, that'll go on consent. And as the person who made the motion on the original OTPA, that would be Representative Tudor. You owe me a blurb on that.
What was the vote, Mr. Chair?
It was 14-0. We may have time for one more. Given that we have some that have an early deadline to another committee, we might as well hear HB 5. Oh, this closes the executive session on HB 655 FN. I will now open the executive session on HB 573 FNA relative to the funding for search and rescue operations of the Fish and Game Department and making an appropriation heretofore. And I recognize Representative Harvey for a motion.
I would motion, I make a motion that we ITL this bill.
Do I have a second? Representative Pearson,
And would you like me to speak to that?
you may
motion?
speak to that now.
Thank you.
Yes.
You know, as much as I would love to fund search and rescue to the hilt, we heard testimony today that this price tag is 200,000, and it would be 200,000 every year, which may build up to quite a large sum of money if it's not used. And then we heard testimony from Colonel Jordan that says right now they're in pretty good shape. So it would be very difficult for me to look at a constituent and say, yes, we gave them $200,000, even though they said they didn't need it. It just would be tough in a tight budget year. So I would vote to ITL this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Clerk may call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Tudor?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Aldrich?
Yes.
Representative Durkin?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Harvey?
Sorry, yes.
Representative Fox?
Yes.
Representative Jacobs?
Yes.
Representative O'Rourke?
Yes.
Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
It's 14 yeses.
All right. Any objection to consent? Seeing none.
Do you need a blurb then for that?
I do need it because if it gets pulled from
Pulled from-
consent, we need
okay.
to have it.
Okay.
It's very simple.
Yeah, I know. Done it before.
And with that, I will leave the last 3 bills for exec on another time. And in fact, if I get up on the floor tomorrow during session, we can exec during lunch or something else and get some more of these done tomorrow rather than have everybody come in here for one day for 3 bills. So that is an option that I can use tomorrow. As long as we do it from the House floor, I can announce that exec session tomorrow.
Can I eat my lunch while we exec?
we would exec somewhere other than this room so that we could do so.
I have two things for 589 that I need to pass out to the side of the room.
Okay, that closes the exec session on 573 FN, and it ends our committee hearings for the day. Thank you all. I'll see you tomorrow in session. And there are some things that the clerk needs to get to everybody.
Yep, if you'll just pass the.
Yeah.